Okay. It is 6:03, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:03 p.m., and this is the regular meeting of the Kaneland Board of Education. We'd like to inform all board member attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members within the internet, on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion. In anticipation of a large attendance at tonight's board meeting due to areas of public concern, the meeting has been relocated to the cafetorium to accommodate everyone comfortably. We appreciate your understanding and look forward to returning to our original meeting space next week. Thank you for your continued support. I also wanted to let everyone know that as far as public comment goes, we're going to stick to our policy, which is a total length of time of 30 minutes, with no more than 20 minutes for any one given subject. Additionally, I will be holding people to the 3-minute rule, so just respectfully ask that you respect the time, and we'll get through it. So, with that being said, let's move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. McCauley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Here.
Mr. Kleisner.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Dr. Lawler.
Here.
Mr. McCauley.
Here.
Mrs. Simmons.
Here.
Okay, with 7 members present, we have a quorum. Is there anything the board would like to move from the consent agenda to new business? Nope. Okay. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. The agenda is approved. It's now time for the board/superintendent salutes. Dr. Rowling.
Good evening. We have a number of students that are going to be recognized this evening for their accomplishments. So at this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Rollman to recognize our fall sports.
Thank you, Dr. Rollwing, Board of Education. Before I get started and turn it over to our athletes, I have 3 big highlights that I'd like to share with you. First of all, I want to thank our fall coaches in particular. It seemed to be a really crazy fall in the athletic world this year. We hosted a ton of events at home. I know we have talked previously about the enormous support we get from volunteers, so I'd like to acknowledge them, but I'd also like to acknowledge our coaches. And that leads me to point number 2. Today, we had an opportunity to hold our first signing for our athletes that are committing to the next level. And we had 13 athletes and over 100 100 spectators there in the auditorium. And I shared this briefly today. I've been to a lot of different conferences, talked to a lot of different athletic directors, and one of those things we talk about are our signing days. And I am proud to say that our coaches always step up, are always willing to talk on behalf of our student athletes at those signing days. It's just one indication of all the times that they go above and beyond. And it makes me super proud to be a Knight because I get to brag about them when I go to these conferences and things. So super excited about those 13 student athletes today that signed. We'll hold a couple more of those ceremonies here in the spring, but our students are making a name for themselves and supporting each other. Again, we had teams there today, we had individuals and lots of parents and grandparents, et cetera. So again, congratulations to our 13 student athletes who signed today. And then last but not least, I know this is not the spring season, we're halfway through the winter season, we're going to recognize some fall sports tonight, but something happened on Saturday night. A few times I've had the pleasure of standing in front of you and acknowledging some of our coaches who win Coaches of the Year awards. On Saturday night, one of our very own coaches was inducted to the Illinois Baseball Hall of Fame, and that's Mr. Brian Aversa, so I'd like to acknowledge him at this time. That is a very distinguished list of individuals and a very short list of individuals in the Illinois Baseball Hall of Fame, so congratulations to Brian. And at this time, it is my pleasure to turn it over to our coaches and, more importantly, our athletes. I believe Mr. Franklin is going to come up to start us off.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Andy Franklin, the assistant cross-country coach for the girls team. Doug Ecker could not make it tonight. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the parents that helped out at our home meets. It was a great success for the season, thanks to you and all that hard work that you put in for us. I'd like to introduce these three young ladies here. They're part of our team and they will review the season with you. We have Audrey Walker, Abigail Lahaki, and Lilia Fleshman.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Audrey.
I'm Abigail.
And I'm Lilia. And we are all seniors this year on the girls cross country team. We were coached by Mr. Doug Ecker and Mr. Andrew Franklin, who is sadly retiring after this year. This is his last year of coaching. Our team consisted of 16 girls, a whopping 10 of which were seniors. We're going to be losing a lot of our team next year. We competed in 9 Saturday meets and 2 weekday meets and made it just shy of state. At the Interstate 8 conference meet, we placed 3rd in varsity and 1st place in the open race. And 2 of our juniors, Danielle Bauer and Grayson Cole, placed all conference.
To add on to that, 10 of our 16 runners earned academic all-conference awards. We placed 5th at Belvedere North IHSA 2A regional meet, which qualified us for sectionals, which was hosted at Kaneland. This marked the 18th year in a row that we have qualified for a sectional. Junior Danielle Bauer placed 23rd, which earned her a medal, but unfortunately was 1 place away from qualifying as an individual for the state meet.
We wanted to thank the board for their support, the athletic department for organizing everything, parents for volunteering at meets and for cheering us on, our wonderful athletic trainer Maggie, whom we visit frequently, and also the boys coaches for helping us out and supporting us.
We're super excited to move on to track season now and very excited to be able to run on the new track, which we're so grateful for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chad Clary. I'm your boys cross-country coach. Clayton Brundage is an assistant on our team, and he's home with his wife, who's due within the next month with their first child. Matthew Rickman came back to Kaneland to volunteer with us this year as well. We're here tonight to tell a little bit about our season. In the summertime, it was a little bit of angst and a little bit of hope. By the end of the season, a lot of joy and gratitude to Mr. Payton and Mr. Rollman and the maintenance department and those even on the board that helped us to get the cross-country course and the home track taken care of just in the nick of time. A portion of that expanse that went out behind the track went right, or the cross-country course was where we were using that space. But everything turned out for our sectional, which we were able to host. The boys will tell you a little bit about that. But again, very grateful for your participation in helping us get those things accomplished. Very grateful for Maggie Walker, who is our athletic trainer, is just the best in the business, as well as gratitude to our athletic office for helping put together so many different things, including the sectional, which the boys will talk to you about. So tonight I have Liam Lentz, a senior, and I have Evan Wilden, a junior, who would like to tell you about their season.
I'm Evan Wilden. This year, we had a very promising but uncertain regular season with a bunch of obstacles, but the first 2 meets of the year, we came in 2nd at the Kane County meet and 3rd at Sycamore, both were led by Evan Nosek, who won both of those races. Following that, we went to the first of the finished meet at our state course at Detweiler, where Nosek he won that meet, and we placed 6th out of 66 teams. Our 4th race of the year was the Eddington Invite, where we took 3rd place, and Nosek placed 2nd in that race. However, after this race, Two of our seniors and top 5 runners, Evan Nosek and William Lentz, got injured and took 2 races off due to that. The following 2 races were the Sterling Rock River Run and the Pat Harlan Invite at Antioch, where we took 3rd and 2nd place respectively as a team without Nosek or Lentz. In both of these races, we were led by freshman Carson Kaiser, who won the individual title in both of those. Following these races, we were fortunate enough to have our teammates who were injured get back to competing for the postseason, which was a crucial factor in our team's success towards the end of the season. So while the regular season had not gone as planned in any way, we still entered the postseason with quite a bit of momentum and positive outlook.
Hi, my name is Liam Lentz. As the Knights started their postseason run, they started with their 6th consecutive win at the Interstate 8 Conference Championship. This was our first meet back with everybody. We had 5 all-conference runners in Carson Kaiser, Evan Wilden, Evan Nosek, Zachary Murdoch, and Joey Shook. Next, we traveled to the IHSA Class 2A Regional at Belvedere North. We took 2nd at this meet behind Dixon by a score of 42-44. We've been closing the gap on Dixon since they won our Eddington invite by almost 50 points back in September. Kaneland put 3 runners in the top 4. Nosek, Kaiser, and Wilden went back-to-back. We hosted the IHSA Class 2A Sectional on November 2nd. We took home the team championship. Nosek won the individual title. Carson Kaiser came 3rd. Evan Wilden came 7th. Liam Lentz came 37th. Zachary Murdoch came 38th. Joey Shook came 61st, and Nathan Kowalczyk came 98th. We outscored Dixon 78-83. The Knights won their 9th sectional title. The boys qualified for the state finals for the 25th time in our program's history. After a very strong showing at the sectional meet, we finished 5th in the Class 2A state finals. Senior Evan Nosek earned his 4th All-State honors with his 3rd place finish at the state meet. He ran a time of 14:36. There are only 16 runners in Illinois history to have earned all conference in each of their first 4 seasons. Freshman Carson Kaiser also earned his first All-State honors, placing 6th. He ran 14:41. 6 of the 7 Kaneland runners ran career best. Junior Evan Wilden ran 15:10 and came 36th. Senior Liam Lentz ran 15:46 and came 98th. And senior Zachary Murdoch ran 16:04 and came 142nd place. We completed scoring with sophomores Joey Shook and Nathan Kowalczyk coming respectively 182nd and 207th place as our pushers. The cumulative team efforts helped us reach the Kaneland's fastest team time in Kaneland history, breaking the record set by last year's team. The Knights had 4 academic all-conference representatives from boys cross country this season. They were Zachary Murdoch, Joey Shook, Nathan Kowalczyk, and Evan Wilden. Our honorable mention all-conference representative was Evan Nosek. Our captains this fall were Evan Nosek, Liam Lentz, Zachary Murdoch, and Lucas Fiedler.
Usually I'm the one that gets to be too long-winded. Sorry about that. We have our football team coming up next. So Mr. Thorgerson, thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Thorgerson, head football coach. Thank you for having me tonight. The Kaneland Knights football team qualified for another playoff berth for the 2024 season. This may sound like hyperbole, but we probably had the toughest schedule possibly ever. 8 of the 10 teams we played were playoff teams, and 5 of the teams we lost to made it to the Elite 8. We started our season, to the surprise of many, after losing so many players last year, we started 4-0. We beat 2 teams that went on to win their own conference. We defeated a larger opponent in DeKalb, 7A football team. We traveled till Belleville, Illinois, 5 hours south to play the eventual state champions, and we lost. But it was a close game, 14-10. I was proud of our kids. Our lower levels found success. Our freshmen were a little shorthanded. They won some games. Our sophomores played and won every game at their level. And we also had one of the lowest issues with eligibility. Almost every single one of our kids stayed eligible. Credit to our teachers and our counseling staff. I'm exceptionally proud of our kids. I think the takeaway this year, this was an example of, we were 5-5, but this was an example of surpassing expectations. We upset quite a few teams, and we achieved more than many gave us credit to. The best part is we have most of these players coming back. We were a very young team. I think a highlight, if I want to throw out an individual, our kicker was probably one of the best we've ever had at this school. He's actually top 20 in the state of Illinois all time for field goals in a season. So congrats to Sam Bruno for that. I'm just very proud of what we accomplished this year, being such a young and inexperienced team. I'm proud of my coaching staff. I'm especially proud of the Kaneland football community, and I'm especially proud of our players. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Scott Perillo. I'm the boys soccer coach. So congratulations to the student athletes and coaches for your success this past fall season. Our record was 16-7-1. It's the second most wins in program history. We were 8-2 in conference, which we got second place for. We had 5 all-conference players. This is the good one, though, right here. 11 academic all-conference players. That is huge for us. Unfortunately, we lost in the regional championship 2-1 to Belvedere North. They had only lost 1 game all year, and they scored in the last 5 minutes to beat us. The JV program was very competitive as the season went on and finished second in the conference. I want to thank the players, parents, athletic department, our trainer, Maggie Walker. She truly is the best, and fans for their support this season. I would also like to thank my coaching staff as they were instrumental in the program's success this season. And a big shout out to Coach Kate Ozarka, as she has done a great job in helping our student athletes prepare for their future and in helping all of our students prepare for their futures. If you're not aware, she runs the College and Career Readiness Center, and students come in there seeking her help and advice. Thank you very much, Kate Ozarka. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Violet, the varsity volleyball coach. Thank you for recognizing our students and how the hard work they put into this. I have Allie Vanderborn here, who's our team manager. She's going to talk, and I also have our libero, Emma Mania.
The varsity team ended up with an overall record of 24-13 and 7-3 in the conference with our 6th in a row regional championship title. We are very proud of our accomplishments this year, and everyone's goals at the beginning of the season weren't about going to state or even winning regionals. It was about building a bond and relationships with our teammates. We have all succeeded this goal, and I hope these relationships will be long-lasting. We started our season with very strong tournaments, playing teams like Bennett and Fremd, and then beating Lamont into DePaul College Prep. Our team is very proud of how we played, especially since we only had 2 returning starters and many, many injuries. The sophomore team had a record of 22-11 overall, 8-2 in conference with a first place finish in conference, and the freshman team had a record of 10-18-4.
Even with all the success that teams earned this year, we will never forget the lasting relationships, memories, laughs, and team chemistry on and off the court. High school volleyball is about coming together with your high school friends as a family, trusting your teammates/coaches, and making memories that last forever. Remember, one team, one family, one journey. Our captains this year were Morgan Beam, Abby Carter, and Audrey Peters. Our defensive player of the year went to Emma Mania. Our offensive player of the year went to Kaylee Luna. Our most improved player award went to Grace Remsen and Janessa Winston. Our brick wall award went to Morgan Beam. And our Knight Award is an elite warrior sworn to uphold the values of faith, loyalty, courage, teamwork, and honor, and that went to Janessa Winston. Our MVP award went to Audrey Peters. Our academic all-conference was Morgan Beam, Abby Carter, Olivia Descoto, Emma Gatz, Zoe Kraus, Maddie Moses, Ellie Peck, and Haley Swim. Our all-conference honorable mention was Abby Carter, and our all-conference team was Morgan Beam and Kaylee Luna. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Brian Kunzman, and I, along with Coach Pat Lenski, had the honor to coach the girls' golf team this year. Thank you to our parents, administration, board, and our players for their support and hard work throughout the year. With me is Addison Runnestead, who is one of the players, and we've got a couple more that will be filing in as quick as they can. They're coming from a Winter League indoor game, so they're on their way, scurrying to be here as quick as they can. One really unique thing about our team is that of all the 6 players, nobody has started playing golf, nobody began playing golf before the summer of 2022. So all of the accomplishments that they achieved this year are pretty remarkable considering their newness to the sport. So we're going to kind of go over a couple of the season highlights from the year. First and foremost, the dual record. The players had a dual record of 7-2, 7 wins and 2 losses. They were the Interstate 8 Conference regular season champs, and they won the Interstate 8 Tournament Championship as well. They went to Ottawa and played in the Girls Varsity Invite, where they won that event as well. They were 4 strokes away from qualifying as a team for sectionals, and we were blessed to have 2 golfers that did qualify for sectionals and played very well. Along with that, there were a lot of individual honors, and Addison Runnestead, along with Brighton DeVoust and Kaylee Kunzman, were recognized as being academic all-conference players. And then when it came to the all-conference recognition through accumulating points over the season and in the final tournament, we ended up with Addison Runnestead achieving the all-conference honorable mention status, and then 2 of our players, Emma and Kaylee Kunzman, receiving all-conference honors for playing as well. So it was an amazing season. They're already hard at work for next year. The good news is as well that we had 0 seniors, so we're going to be returning a whole bunch, and we've hit the ground going and are trying to get as many players as possible. So as they walk in, we've got 3 more of our players that are coming from Geneva and an indoor winter league. So along with Addison, we have freshman Emma Kunzman, junior Brighton DeVoust, and junior Kaylee Kunzman, and somewhere very soon might be a freshman Kinsley Coster. So we are so grateful for all the support and to them, and we're excited to be here. Thank you for allowing us to share their successes.
Last, I would just like to wrap up with a couple of quick pieces. I know many of our coaches mentioned Maggie Walker, our head athletic trainer, and our partnership with Northwestern. I'm so grateful to the board for extending that contract. She truly is absolutely phenomenal and goes above and beyond on a daily basis. And the things that she has brought to our student athletes it's something that I can't put in words right now. It's just amazing what they provide for our student athletes, and they get our kids back into the game when they need to be. She's constantly informing our parents of what's going on, and it's just a very fine, well-tuned machine down there, and Maggie has a lot to do with that, so we want to certainly thank her. Stephanie Douglas, our assistant, and John Pavlak, our fall assistant athletic director too. We've talked to you about this before. It takes a village. There are so many people that help every one of our seasons go on successfully. Many of them are sitting in our crowd tonight as volunteers, but we couldn't get it done. We've got 23 sports and 23 full-time sports and 3 others that we do state tournaments, and there's no way we get all of that done without all of the support, so I want to thank them. And again, thank you, board, for giving me the opportunity to do this as well. Last, many of our coaches talked about academic all-conference. I don't have the numbers, but I know that when we talked in the fall, we were well over 40% of our athletes, and that's near 400 students in the fall, all earned academic all-conference, either at the highest level or the honorable mention level. So again, our students are getting it done in the classroom, not just on the court. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Huge congratulations to all the athletes. You guys make us so proud, and we love to sit and hear this every year. It's awesome. Big shout out to Coach Aversa. That's huge, Baseball Hall of Fame. So thanks for all the hard work, time, and effort you put in as well. So thank you all. Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. Staker and Mr. Kunzman for our ADCA National Qualifiers.
Thank you, Board, for having us. ACDA is the American Choral Directors Association. It's a group, professional group for music educators across all 50 states. And every 2 years, they hold a national conference, and they offer an opportunity for students across the country to audition, and then they bring in the top directors and to direct the choirs. This year, there was over 5,000 students across the country to audition over 3 different choirs, and we had a really great turnout. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Kunzman with more data.
All right, so thank you for having me once again. It's a really pretty crazy process that the students have to go through to audition to be a part of the National Honors Choir. They had to, in the fall, submit recordings of themselves singing a prepared selection, which was chosen by the National Committee, a solo selection, and then vocalizing to demonstrate their range. And through that process, with well over 5,000 singers, it's pretty amazing how many students we have being recognized for that honor. Just to put a little bit of context into the numbers. There's a whole lot of numbers here, but I'll just share some that are pretty basic. For the high school, 11 and 12 soprano, alto, tenor, bass, honor choir, there were over 2,200 people that auditioned. As an example, there are 8 different parts, soprano 1, soprano 2, all the way down through bass 1 and bass 2, and in there are individual amounts of students auditioned. So one of the most competitive happened to be the soprano 1 section, where there from across the country were 383 students that auditioned, only 39 were selected. In our Midwest region, which includes 9 states, including states like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Ohio, Illinois, Iowa, so on and so forth, we had actually only 5 students selected to be a soprano 1, and one of them happens to be from Kaneland. In the area around us, it's amazing how many students are achieving at such a high level. It's unseen to have so many people in the SATB 9 or 11, 12 honor choir. Not to mention that, but we also have an amazing opportunity for our younger students. We have students in the soprano alto honors choir and sopranos in the tenor bass honor choir. So in total, between the high school and the middle school, we have 9 students going, representing Kaneland, and we'll be going to Dallas in March, as the students will be there for 4 days working through with, as Mr. Staker alluded to, nationally recognized collegiate or higher level conductors and singing shoulder to shoulder with people from across the country. So we're going to give each student an opportunity to just introduce themselves, what year they are, and which choir they will be representing or represented in.
I'm Idris Ali, and I'm a junior, and I'll be in the SATB Honors Choir.
I'm Keaton Westfall. I'm a senior, and I'll be representing the SATB Honors Choir.
I'm Jacob Duncan. I'm a junior, and I'll be in the SATB Honor Choir.
I'm Kaylee Kunstman. I'm a junior, and I will be in the SATB Honor Choir.
I'm Lauren Babka. I'm a senior, and I'll be in the SATB Honor Choir.
I'm Emma Kunstman. I'm a freshman, and I'll be in the soprano alto honors choir.
I'm Shelby Heck. I'm an 8th grader, and I will be in the 8 to 10 treble choir.
I'm Ashley Davenport. I'm a freshman, and I'll be singing the soprano alto honor choir.
I'm Jack Bicker. I'm a freshman, and I'll be singing in the 7 through 10 tenor bass choir.
So thank you, board. Thank you, parents. Thank you, community, for allowing us to work in a community and in a school district that supports these students in such a healthy way and gives them these amazing opportunities and an opportunity to be proud to be a Knight and to share that across the country and across the globe. So thank you so much for your support, and we look forward to hearing their performance in March. Thank you.
Congratulations to all you guys. That's awesome. That's amazing. Dr. Wilman? Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. Okay. So for those of you that were here for the salutes, you're welcome to stay, and we'd love to have you. It is an open meeting, though, so if you have to get home and do things, we get it. So we'd like to invite you to either stay or feel free to head out if you'd like to. All right, I'm going to proceed to the consent agenda. Tonight's consent agenda contains the following information, following action items. Approval of accounts payable and payroll for December 2024. Approval of the Treasurer's Report, December 2024. Approval of minutes of the December 16, 2024 special meeting. Approval of personnel. Approval of destruction of audio recordings from the closed session meetings from July 2023, and approval of the school fees for 2025-2026. In addition, we have the following informational items. The second quarter budget update, July 1st, 2024 through through December 31st, 2024. The student suspension data report, the field trip notification, and the Freedom of Information FOIA report. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent items listed.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Simmons. Aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. The consent agenda is approved. Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the public comments section of the meeting. And I will go ahead and read the normal, if you're a regular at our meetings, the normal spiel. Did want to alert everyone, we have a lot of people signed up. If you do not make this round, there is a second opportunity at the end of public comments. We are only going to be taking people who have signed up. So if you'd like to speak and do not make this round, please sign up for the second round. We use the public comment section as an opportunity to listen to our stakeholders. The board does not debate or engage in conversation during this time. I'd like to remind everyone to state your name and village of residence for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is a maximum of 30 minutes with a 20-minute total length of time for any one subject. Those who speak are asked to maintain a tone of courtesy and civility. Given that 3 minutes does not divide evenly with 20, we're going to move to 21 for any one given subject, and then we'll go from there. So I'm going to call the first person up, Susie Axel.
Good evening. My name is Susie Axel, and I am a community member and the KEA president. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Kaneland Education Association, to express our deep concern regarding the proposed elimination of staff positions as part of the district's efforts to address the current budget deficit. While we recognize the financial challenges facing the district and know that no stone was left unturned looking for solutions that would not impact staffing, it is disheartening to know that these cuts are being pursued in part as a result of unsustainable spending on various programs that were previously recommended by administration and approved by the Board of Education. While innovation and experimentation are vital to growth, they must not come at the expense of the quality of the education to students throughout the district, nor should they jeopardize the livelihoods of dedicated staff. The past failure to determine the sustainability of new programs or expand existing ones within the district has undermined the district's mission and eroded the trust among staff, families, and the wider community. The educators and support staff whose jobs are on the line are the backbone of our school. They are a huge part of delivering the quality education our students deserve. There is no doubt that reducing these positions and programs is a detriment to the education of the Kaneland students. We urge the administration and the Board of Education to consider the impact of the proposed cuts to the approximately 4,100 students in the Kaneland School District before taking formal action. KEA stands ready to work with the administration and the board to explore solutions to any budget deficit and to ensure that every future decision is sustainable and reflects our shared commitment to students and professionals who serve them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Patty Reeder.
My name is Patty Reeder. I am a community member, 7th grade math teacher here at Harder, and the chief negotiator for the KEA. Tonight, I'm speaking as the KEA's chief negotiator. I want to ensure all stakeholders I want to ensure that all stakeholders understand that while the agreement reached between the Board of Education and KEA was unprecedented in terms of collaboration, problem solving, and the time it took to finalize, it did not create the district's current financial challenges. As an association, we would never agree to a contract that jeopardized the district's financial stability or put the jobs of educators and support staff at risk. The educators and support staff are the backbone of our schools. While I cannot disclose the details of our months of negotiations, I can share that we consistently tabled any items with financial implications until the end of the process. When we reached that point, the association asked the district for a clear overall percentage increase within which our proposals needed to remain. The administration sought and received the board's authorization to negotiate within the approved budget parameters. On a few occasions, KEA's proposals were deemed unsustainable for the district, and each time we returned to the drawing board to adjust. Ultimately, the final agreement was reached collaboratively and responsibly. I echo Susie Axel's remarks. Moving forward, KEA is committed to working with the administration and the Board of Education to develop sustainable solutions that uphold our shared commitment to students and the professionals who serve them. We appreciate the collaborative efforts led by Dr. Rollwing, Dr. Adkins, and Dr. Bogan, and we look forward to continuing this partnership, and I look forward to continuing this partnership in my role. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Sue Sensor.
Hi, I'm Sue Sensor. I'm SPEAK President, and I'm reading a letter regarding the budget reduction plan from Kathy Zappa, who could not attend the meeting this evening. Kathy Zappa from Montgomery, parent of a 2017 and 2018 Kaneland graduate, staff member since 2008, and SPEAK Support Staff Union treasurer. I have multiple concerns regarding the potential elimination of elementary assistant principal positions at Kaneland. The assistant principals play an important role in fostering a supportive and effective school environment. Eliminating these positions would result in reduced support for students and staff. Assistant principals are advocates for students, providing guidance and support to those who may be struggling. Their presence facilitates a culture where students feel comfortable seeking help, which is crucial for those facing academic or personal challenges. The elimination of these positions could hinder the direct support that students need. Compromise restorative justice practices. Effective implementation of restorative justice requires dedicated attention and leadership, which assistant principals provide along with the principal. Without them, schools might struggle to enforce these practices consistently, risking a deterioration in the school's approach to maintaining a positive, inclusive environment. Increased workload for principals. Principals already juggle numerous responsibilities. If assistant principal positions are eliminated, the additional responsibilities would likely overwhelm principals, detracting from their capacity to lead effectively, observe teachers, evaluate performance, and mentor staff. This could lead to a decline in staff morale and effectiveness. District wish list. The district's wish list has previously included adding full-time assistant principals at each elementary school. Cutting these positions now appears contradictory and could send mixed messages about the district's commitment to student and staff support. Potential domino effect. The increased stress on principals and other staff members resulting from the loss of assistant principals could have far-reaching consequences. It may lead to burnout among educators, affecting not their performance but also the learning environment for students, and long-term consequences versus short-term gains. While budget constraints are indeed a challenge, the long-term impacts of cutting such vital roles could lead to a larger issue, including decreased student performance, lower staff morale, and higher turnover rates. These could ultimately result in greater financial costs for the district in the future. It's essential for the board to weigh the implications of eliminating assistant principal positions against the potential benefits of maintaining them. Exploring alternative cost-saving measures that preserve the quality of educational leadership and support within schools would be critical for long-term success.
Thank you, Mrs. Sensor, for your comments. Next up, we have Cindy Violet.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Violet, and I've been a teacher, counselor, and coach in the district for 31 years. I'm also a longtime community member and parent of 3 Kaneland alumni. I understand that the district has a $4.2 million deficit due to previous years of mismanagement of money at the cabinet level. The high school counseling department realizes that they'll have to tighten their financial belt and realizes that the district will probably not hire a counselor for the one retiring this year. Yet I didn't read in the proposal any positions being reduced at the cabinet level. Consequently, it looks like one is being added. The high school counseling department talked about how we could reallocate our caseloads and absorb the loss without eliminating services for our students and families from the loss of one counselor. Unfortunately, as you read the cabinet proposal and staff cuts stating that it won't cut programs, I'm here to tell you, as someone who sees and works with students in this department, that cutting 2 positions from our department will in fact cut services that students and families have been asking for years. And the information we just shared with you, and we have information we're going to share with you in a bit here, included is data from the needs assessment survey our department gives to all high school students every year, as Dr. Horn is fully aware of this survey as it results since he was our principal last year. I get the sense that the school board has been very interested in what students and staff had to say. So please take the time to read through this data to make well-informed decisions. With losing 2 positions in our office, students will lose services of our Career Counseling Center and everything that position entails. Thank you for listening and your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Aaron Shore.
Good evening. My name is Erin Shore. I'm a community member and a parent of 3 students in our district. I currently serve the district as Department Chair of KHS Student Services. This proposal eliminates 2 counselors at the high school level and causes services to be reactive as opposed to proactive. We have provided for each of you the data of the needs assessment by surveying all students annually in February, as well as information about what we offer our students. It is my understanding that the only 2 data points that the district office used to determine their recommendation to cut counselor positions were the data regarding student risk assessments and the American School Counselor Association recommended caseload sizes. They were correct to note that the number of risk assessments and hospitalizations have decreased since moving from 5 counselors to 7. But instead of applauding our efforts of increased support and investment in our students' well-being, they choose to see this as not a correlation. The district's proposal to eliminate 2 counselors would be the 4th reduction of mental health services for our students in the last 2 years. Last year, an MTSS SEL support position and social worker were removed, and the remaining student services positions were already absorbing those needs. Although we were told that no programs would be cut in this budget plan, you can see that it is no longer the case at Kaneland High School. The College and Career Readiness Center will no longer be staffed due to the redistribution of caseloads. There's been a drastic increase in 504 and IEP plans in the last 5 years, and the oversight of those plans will take precedence over the College and Career Readiness Center. I ask you to be fully informed before making your decision. The students should not be consequenced with less support because the decision makers put us in this financial position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Brad Frack. Forgive me.
Hello, my name is Bradley Frank. I graduated from Kaneland last year. I utilized the College and Career Readiness Center countless times during my junior and senior year. The amount of speakers that Mrs. Ozarka was able to bring in, like college reps and military reps, and the career fair were huge successes and resources for me and all the other students. Planning for life after high school was one of the biggest stressors while in high school. Today I'm at the University of Missouri, and the time and encouragement that Mrs. Ozarka and the other counselors gave me changed my projection. The College and Career Readiness Center is a huge asset to the students and parents at KHS, and that is largely credited to Ms. Ozarka. It concerns me that these services will no longer be valued by our district. During my time at KHS, I would seize any opportunity that I had, whether it was a study hall, a lunch, or even passing periods. I would pop into the CCRC or Mrs. Ozarka's office to seek any high school or college-related questions or issues that I had. She had a huge impact on my time at KHS and my plans for after high school. She is an amazing counselor and an even better person. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Catherine Satterstrom.
My name is Katie Satterstrom. I'm a resident of Elburn and parent of 2 children who attend schools in the Kaneland School District. I'm here tonight to comment about the proposed budget with a focus on the KIPLA program. The proposed budget in front of the board contains a variety of district-wide serious educator and financial reductions, and reductions specifically targeting the KIPLA program. Most impactful is that the KMAC building would no longer be used for personalized learning, and the KIPLA program would be split into 2 separate cohorts, both housed at 2 separate building locations in Sugar Grove. As the parent of a KIPLA student, I have concerns regarding the district's plan for the KIPLA program. 1, the KMAC building received infrastructure improvements and renovations to align it with the educational classroom needs of a personalized learning program. These costs to the building and program development are sunk costs and will not be recouped by ending use of this building. The building will need to be maintained with utilities. The parking lot will be used by Fox Valley Career Center, other local groups, events, and the district will continue to house administrators in the building. The termination of use for the KMAC building for KIPLA students will also impact program cohort identity, just as if another educational building was closed and students bused to separate district locations. 2, if the KIPLA program is relocated to separate elementary and middle school building locations, how will these buildings be set up to replicate and support the educational environment of blended grade classrooms? Will infrastructure improvements be needed at each school to follow the personalized learning modality? How will this be funded? The transportation of students in the KIPLA program is currently handled by the existing high school bus routes. When the KIPLA program is no longer served by these existing bus routes, how much will it cost the district to provide transportation to the John Shields KIPLA location from outside the John Shields busing area? 4, KIPLA core subject educators are being retained to provide academic instruction, but other building educators, special education educators, MTSS, and building staff at each alternate location will now academically interact with students in the personalized learning modality. What types of training will be provided to these educators and staff to ensure learning opportunities are provided in the personalized learning modality? How will the special education needs of KIPLA students be met in a personalized learning format by special education staff? If staff are not knowledgeable or willing to provide these opportunities according to the personalized learning tenets, how will this be addressed by the district? Finally, without a specific concrete plan required of the district by the board for the delayed high school expansion, last year's 8th grade students reported very little was done to help acclimate the students from a personalized learning approach to a traditional educational approach upon transition to high school for 9th grade. This year's current 8th grade students are facing the same potential situation. If the district failed to develop and implement a concrete plan for the previous 8th grade students, why should current KIPLA parents have trust in the district to provide and follow through on one for elementary and middle school students? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Gretchen Hammer.
Hi, my name's Gretchen Hammer. I live in Maple Park. I'm a parent of two sons, a 2022 graduate, and my younger son is graduating this year. I'm also the student services secretary at the high school. My department is being asked to give up 2 counselors. One of our counselors is retiring at the end of this year. This is already going to be a hardship for our department as it is, but losing 2 counselors will be a detriment to our students. First, I'd like to say that I sit in the middle of our office and direct students to where and whom they need to see. I can tell you that all of our counselors are always seeing students for scheduling, social emotional needs, groups, and college and career counseling. All of our counselors have their own caseloads, but they also offer additional services. If we lose 2 counselors, our College and Career Readiness Center will be eliminated. The CCRC is a place that students can come in and talk about their future during their lunch periods. Helping students navigate their next steps can be daunting and scary for a lot of students. I personally wouldn't have known where to start with my own kids, and I know a lot of families feel the same way. With the college and financial aid process always changing, the district's support for this program is a critical resource for our parents as well as our students. All of our counselors meet with students daily about schedules, passing their classes, problems with peers, and personal problems in their lives. They also pitch in where needed. Even if a student isn't on their caseload, they will help them. I honestly can't imagine what our office would be like without any of them. I do know that the people who will suffer the most are our kids. I'm lucky because both of my kids got everything that they needed these last 3 years, but I fear future students will not be as fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Kate Ozarka.
Hello, my name is Kate Ozarka. I am the post-secondary counselor to support our College and Career Center at Kaneland High School. My position was added 3 years ago to the strong student data representing the needs of our students in the post-secondary exploration, planning, and support. Starting 3 years ago, we immediately developed a program to support students in all post-secondary opportunities, including college, military, trades, gap year service, or joining the career field. Each of these opportunities have their own focus and initiatives each year. In October, we have College Month, supporting seniors in their college applications, reviewing college essays, completing Common App supplemental information, and having over 75 college visits to our school. We have college campus visits and Waubonsee Community College field trips. More details can be found in the booklet that was provided to you. Without these school supports, much of this would not be attainable for our students to complete on their own. In the month of January, we have Military Week and the Military Expo, where military representatives visit the lunchroom throughout the week with interactive activities for all students. We then host the annual Military Expo, where all branches of the military present together to groups of students for greater understanding of each branch. This has been an annual event, but this cannot be sustained with the elimination of 2 counselors. We host our annual Apprenticeship Week, where professionals from the skilled trades and apprenticeship programs visit our school to meet with students. We attend the Apprenticeship Expo field trip for students to meet with over 20 different trades, try hands-on activities, and make connections with unions. These supports will greatly be diminished with the elimination of the 2 counselors. Last March, we organized the first KHS Career Fair in over 10 years that included over 30 companies from all 6 career pathways and networked students with career professionals. During the same month, we hosted a job fair where local businesses visited to offer students summer job positions. Sophomores received an employability skills presentation and in preparation for the career and job fair. These events were created to be annual. This cannot be sustained with the elimination of the 2 counselors. Losing these post-secondary supports would be a great loss for our students and their futures. Please keep this all in mind when you're deciding to eliminate positions in the counseling department. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next up we have Ross Powell.
Evening. I'm Dr. Ross Powell. I'm going to address a different business item that's coming up, and that's about the TIF from Sugar Grove. I've lived in this area for over 30 years. Our kids went to Kaneland schools, and so I'm very interested in the future. I'm a retired emeritus professor in the Department of Earth, Environment, and Atmospheric Sciences at NIU. I've been researching for over 50 years and awarded tens of millions of dollars in government research funding and published scientific papers in the very top scientific journals like Nature. I mention this just as perspective on my presentation here. I've coordinated with a group of fellow scientists and engineers and have made extensive requests for all documentation available from Sugar Grove and Crown and their contractors SB Friedman and Engineering Enterprises Incorporated. We have then made detailed reviews of what documents are available. We have a lot of information, but given the limited time, I want to make one pretty simple point about the TIF based on a focused science perspective that I hope will provide a useful background information for your consideration. The TIF justification is very, very weak scientifically. Basically, that's it. EEI consultants claim 88% of the land contributes to downstream flooding. And that is what is used to claim a TIF is justified under state law. The land is currently designated as prime farmland and used that way without any reports of flooding. There is a low chance it may contribute to flooding downstream, but any area with any topographic highs like they propose to develop can contribute to flooding. Something like Johnson's Mound, or in fact 47% of the US contributes to flooding to the Mississippi. And I don't think we want to call the rest of the US bloated. It is a fundamental science that water will run downhill from local high areas to streams and wetlands, so may contribute some water to flooding, but how much is not documented. However, there is no proof or documentation that this property causes downstream flooding, and that is the justification for the TIF. Flooding is likely to be minimal because vegetation and soil soak up a lot of water, and then it is also retained in natural wetlands. Also, they provide no proof or quantitative documentation as to how much flooding the land may cause during different magnitudes of rainstorms. There is a much lower potential for flooding now than after development, when the land will have impermeable structures like buildings and blacktop that are well known to increase water runoff. No studies or documentation are provided as to the size of retention of the ponds needed to retain floodwaters and alleviate the so-called flooding.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Powell. Unfortunately, your time is up at this point.
Okay.
There will be a second opportunity at the end of the meeting to speak at public comment again.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next individual, this will be the last one we will call for the budget topic. So, Ann Coots.
Hello, thank you. My name is Ann Kuntz. I'm a community member, mother of 2 District 302 students, an educator since 1998, and a school counselor at Kaneland High School. I thank you for this opportunity to be heard tonight. I would like to talk about the Illinois Post-Secondary and Workforce Act that was signed into law in 2016. This act requires high schools to implement the post-secondary and career expectations, otherwise known as the PACE Guide, which is in the documents that we passed out to you earlier. This guide identifies specific goals in 3 main areas of student development that students are expected to learn about or perform in each year of high school. The 3 main areas that the PACE Guide focuses on are career exploration and development, post-secondary exploration and planning, and financial aid and literacy. Everybody knows what a teacher does because we've all been a student before. But not everybody always knows what a school counselor does, because not everybody has taken full advantage of the breadth and skills that school counselors offer. Teachers have a curriculum that they teach. We're all familiar with it, math, English. The PACE guide is the school counselor's curriculum, but school counselors don't deliver it in a classroom. We deliver it to the whole school through collaboration, consultation, advocacy, one-on-one direct service, and direct program implementation. School counselors are not the only ones with the charge to see that the PACE guide is implemented, but we are the content experts. We act as advocates, collaborators, consultants. We directly deliver the programming. The things that Kate mentioned that we've done as part of our College and Career Resource Center, we've done them collaboratively as a department and in conjunction with the CTE teachers and very many community partnerships. None of those things happened before the implementation or the bringing on of that 7th counselor position when Kate came to join us. In order to do and deliver our curriculum, school counselors require a significant time investment and relationship investment. Part of what we do on a yearly basis is we develop relationships with the community, with the other stakeholders, with parents. We bring up student voice and with college and workplace shareholders, because we recognize that education and making our students career, college, and community ready requires a large team. Losing 2 counselors out of 7 we won't be able to meet the standards
Thank you for your
of our
comments,
current
Mrs.
PACE guide or our strategic plan or our district's mission.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to call the last person. I'm going to have to move to the different topics. So the next one up is Pat Gallagher.
Good evening. I'm Pat Gallagher, a Sugar Grove resident. Tonight I'd like to address the IGAs Sugar Grove has proposed. In the IGA proposed with the Sugar Grove Fire District, the village offers to cover some capital costs to address increased service calls from the airport TIF. However, this comes with a significant catch. The Fire District must agree not to challenge the Crown TIF in court. Fire District Trustee Patrick Hines described this arrangement as feeling like blackmail, stating it felt like we had no choice in the way the agreement was worded. Next, let's turn to the IGA with the school board. Here's what you're being offered. Student tuition payments in consideration for redevelopment and capital costs, which are already provided for under the TIF Act. Residential permit fees, school impact fees, and school land cash fees, which are already provided for in the annexation agreement, and a portion of the TIF surplus, which is already provided for in the RDA. That's it. Nothing of substance. This IGA appears to offer you nothing beyond what is already guaranteed by law or prior agreements. In exchange, you're giving up your right to sue, the sole bargaining chip you have left. Voting president, the JRB was a strategic failure. By abstaining, you lost your chance to be the deciding no vote, which you could have used as leverage. Changing these agreements now would effectively require starting the whole process over, which seems unlikely. Do the right thing. Drop these IGA negotiations and take the village to court. Since the TIF, zoning, and annexation likely wouldn't hold up under legal scrutiny, the village appears to be desperately trying to shield itself from litigation by getting you to throw in the towel. I understand that litigation costs are daunting, especially given the proposed cuts, but I believe if you lead the way, the other taxing bodies will back you. This is a prime piece of property, and saying no to the project doesn't mean the land won't be developed. It can and should be developed the right way, without a TIF. Don't be swayed by empty promises that fail to account for the long-term costs and externalities you won't be able to manage, especially if your referendum doesn't pass. I saw the critical projects your district needs during a tour of the high school, and I support a referendum. That said, to have any hope of getting it passed, you need to show the community you're willing to reject Sugar Grove's heavy-handed tactics. Finally, for any Sugar Grove residents listening, there are steps you can take to help end this fiasco. First, vote out the current leadership. Elect Sue Stillwell as village president and Mike Roscoff and Nora London as trustees. Second, vote yes on the Crown referendum to recommend the reversal of Crown's project approval. Together, we can ensure our taxing bodies are fully funded so they may provide the quality education, public safety, and essential services our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed to new business. And the first item of new business is the discussion of budget planning for 2025, 2026, and assumptions for 5-year projections. Dr. Rowling?
Good evening. Most of this presentation will be Dr. Bogan and Dr. Atkins. As we get started, I wanted to identify the primary district-wide priorities that we used to make these decisions. I want to reiterate that these decisions were not made lightly. These were very difficult decisions. And as we looked at a variety of options, we sought to leverage resources to maximize our student outcomes. We sought to make staffing and financial decisions that were based on the vision, mission, and goals of the district. We sought to seek long-term balanced budget, so we're not at this table having this conversation in the future. And we sought to seek regular audit of programs and services to ensure effectiveness going forward, so we're making data-based decisions as we offer services to our students. The goal was to provide reduced spending in programs without eliminating them. Additionally, based on some of the topics, I want to identify that the goal with the KIPLA program is to keep the personalized learning model intact when moving the programs to Shields and Harder. There will be inherent changes. However, we will be working with the staff to maintain the educational philosophy of the program as we make this move. At this time, I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Bogan to discuss some of the financial information.
Yep. Thank you. As we've talked about, we do have a budget for the 24-25 school year that projects a $4.2 million deficit. I do want to clarify that this is due to this year's expenditures exceeding this year's revenues. That is not, that 4.2 is not, projected end of year fund balance, as that is cumulative. This deficit does reflect ongoing financial pressures, whether it's from rising costs, state mandates, increased and changing student needs. And one thing that we've really focused on throughout this year is how can we continue to make adjustments? What changes can we make now this year that will impact us for end of year and also moving forward? So that was something that was really kept in the forefront of our minds as we're talking about budget assumptions, not only for next year, but also, in that 5-year projections and that will be used for modeling. Right now, our year-to-date revenues, we have received just over 88% of expected revenues. And overall expenditures, with all of our funds, we are running at about 47, just over 47%. Operational funds, I do want to note that we are running a little bit high from last year, just over a percentage high from last year. Currently, we're at 52.07 in operating funds for total budget. To talk about some of the things that we looked at as we were going through and building out assumptions and making recommendations, there's really 3 main areas that we focused on for finance management. And their revenue generation, expenditure control, and then also taking a look at our fund balance policy and what we have in reserves. And so, just to sort of reiterate, the district has 3 primary sources of revenue. They're local property taxes, which is overwhelmingly residential, also state funding, and then federal funding. The district is beholden to property tax caps, being in a tax cap district, and so we are limited in what annual growth we can see in terms of local property taxes. State and federal funding have been consistent. In our federal funding over the last year, we are seeing a significant decrease. ESSER funding, some of the other programs that were implemented due to COVID-19 have now sunset, and so we are back to those pre-COVID levels. Revenue
generation really is a way, you know, in an area where we do have constraints, and it does create challenges because we don't have an unlimited source of revenue. The other big area that we're focusing on, and I know we've talked about it in board meetings and we brought it here, but expenditure control. We are continuously evaluating operational efficiencies to ensure that funds are spent wisely, effectively, and also with this, as we continue to talk, that we're spending within our available revenues. One of the things that's, you know, been a challenge is that we've been put in a position for the last couple of years where we've been intentionally or actively deficit. We've been knowingly deficit spending, and so that does decrease our reserves. And that's really the third point with finance management. The current policy is that we maintain 45 days cash on hand. You know, as anyone looks at sort of their own savings or their own finances and maybe equates it to that, having such a small requirement, you know, really hasn't allowed us to save. So the fund balance policy, also coupled with deficit spending, we really haven't been able to accumulate a significant amount of fund balance to be able to address other ongoing needs. I do just want to go over 5-year projections for assumptions. Really, there's a couple of big areas that we look at when we're doing this modeling. One is consumer price index. This year, the CPI was 3.42%, which is lower than the 2 previous years. And so we are recommending that we use 3%, not only for next year, but also for 5-year projections. Equalized assessed value for new construction. We have seen this jump up in the last few years. Consistently for the last 9 years, it has steadily increased, and we've seen those consistent increases. This year, after talking with counties, as we talked about in the tax levy presentation, we are expecting significantly higher, but for a conservative estimate, which we will reevaluate this time next year and come back with an update. But for right now, for modeling for this year, we are recommending using $11 million just for new construction for projections. Again, that will be revisited on an annual basis as we get, you know, more and better information as we work with the counties.
So that $11 million is in EAV?
Yes, just for new construction.
EAV,
yep.
But just not revenues?
Correct.
Just equalized assessed valuation?
Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Corporate personal property replacement tax. This is an area over the last few years that we've seen rise, and now we're seeing it go back down. We do see a 5-year average of over 600,000, and so the recommendation is for projections to use 600,000. This is another area, again, that will be closely monitored, and I'll come back with, and most likely update every single year of the projections. But for this first 5-year projections for this year, recommending using 600%. And then finally, for state and federal funding, using 11.5 for state and 1.8 million for federal. And those numbers are consistent with numbers that we've used previously, and that's really because in our state and federal funding, with the exception of sort of those COVID years, we've seen pretty consistent funding from both of those sources. So that's on the revenue side for 5-year projections and assumptions. I'm going to skip this just so everyone knows that there's a lot of words on it. What I'm going over right now is really summarized in this chart, but if you have questions, please let me know. We've talked quite a bit about, as we've gone through and we've built some of these expenditure reductions, some of these budget reductions, looking at it, we know that about 80 to 82, 83% of any given year's budget is in salary and benefits, and we really try to look at the stuff first.
right? Like how can we cut, you know, whether it's purchase services, capital, supplies, those types of things. And so the overall reduction plan, 45% of reductions are coming from those other areas that are not staff related. One area that you've already heard quite a bit about is in capital projects. Historically, the district on a consistent basis has budgeted about $1 million. This year, we had recommended that we cut that budget by almost 50%, and so we are looking for next year to use as a recommendation $533,000 for capital projects over the summer. And then going forward, we know that we're going to need to start going back to that, right? There's other factors that are going to go into that, but you know, a successful referendum may play into that, an unsuccessful referendum will play into that, and so looking at what we're going to need for future, for the 26-27 school year, recommending using $1 million, and then for remaining years in the projection, $1.5 million. Again, this is going to be an area where I most likely will come back to you year over year and make adjustments based on what we know is happening either at the state level, locally with other revenue sources, and then also district finances. So this is an area where this is a recommendation, and there will most likely be updates and changes. So I would just like to use this for our assumptions that we're going to present in February for those 5-year projections. We talked a little bit about it. Dr. Rohlwing, you know, had mentioned the KIPLA program and one of the decisions to move the program back to existing buildings. Yes, there was infrastructure, you know, updates that were made to that building to get that program open over there. When we look at the continued needs of that building for the section where the KIPLA program is housed, we've identified right now about $500,000 worth of HVAC work that we'd be able to defer by moving the programs to existing buildings. So that does play in there. Some point down the road, depending on how that building would continue to be utilized, we may need to address that. But for now, by moving that program, we would be able to defer that work. Transportation. Typically, the district has budgeted about $500,000 year over year to maintain its fleet. This year, which you'll hear after this presentation, we are recommending that we decrease that expenditure significantly and cap it at $300,000. We do know that eventually we would need to phase back in maintaining that fleet, and so the recommendation would be to go for $300,000 for next year, increase it to $400,000 in the 26-27 school year, and then use $500,000 for the remaining years in projections. Again, those are assumptions for projections outside of next year's recommendation, and so those would need to be reevaluated on a year-over-year basis, just as we do now, to make sure that those purchases can actually fit within the district's budget. Technology, we are recommending that this budget maintain flat. We know that technology is important for students, for staff, and that there are increasing needs in this area. Tim Wolf has been to board meetings and is working diligently to see what efficiencies we can get in that department in the use of our tech. But recommending that we would use $650,000 for next year's budget, and then all years in assumptions. And then building budgets, we'd be looking to implement a 10% building budget reduction for next year. And then again, right now, building into assumptions, the sort of the thought that eventually we'll need to increase spending in some of those areas, and so over the remaining 4 years, increasing it incrementally by 2.5% each year in projections.
Dr. Bogan,
Yes.
Real quick, while we're on the subject of building budgets, what does that 10% decrease look like? I mean, when we're talking impact to students.
Correct. So overall, district-wide, that 10% would be about $318,000 in costs. Some of the things that we've really tried to work on implementing this year, you know,
the group purchasing organization that we joined. What are some efficiencies, not just in food service, but, you know, they have contracts with 250 vendors. There's other vendors, Cintas, you know, that stocks our medicine cabinets or does, you know, towels or chemicals, things like that. Like, what are other, you know, even school furniture that we buy? School health is one of the contracts, but how do we leverage things that we've implemented now that can help realize and be part of that 10% savings sort of through that natural attrition of things that we're doing? Building budgets is that 10% reduction is not anything to do with staffing, it's the stuff, right? Like, it's the purchase of desks and paper and things like that. We are working and we are going to be seeking feedback from not only the administration, but also their individual building teams. What things can we move to bulk purchasing? You know, can we use the resources that we have by buying pens more effectively? Like, I know that's a really simple example and stuff like that, but like, how do we leverage those things to really use the resources that we have most effectively?
Thank you.
And then last but not least on that part, this is just a very small staff sort of pay rate before I turn it over to Dr. Atkins. We know we have some knowns, right? We know what our employee groups who have contracts, we know what their increases are going to be for the next few years. And so one of the things that, you know, we will build into not only next year's budget, but also into projections are those knowns. So recommending that, you know, we're using the contract increases that we know about. But given the current financial situation and budget constraints, you know, do we think about CPI being at 3.42%? One of the things that we've done in the past is we've used sort of CPI or 3% as sort of that placeholder as we talk about increases, you know, for other employee groups not, you know, covered under KEA or SPEAK. And so in this, I am recommending that we use something aligned with CPI as a placeholder in projections for those increases. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Atkins.
Thank you. So the remainder of our conversation tonight is around programming and staff. And so as we go about this, I do want to remind you that we're talking about this at the programmatic level. And so we're talking about FTE, which is separate from individual staff members. And I can talk to you in what's coming next about how that process works. So one of our primary drivers as we went through these conversations was reduction of our expenses without eliminating programs in their entirety. And so we went through a process to try to make sure that all of the services we provide can still be maintained in some fashion, even with a reduction in staffing allotments. As Dr. Bogan had mentioned, approximately 83% of our expenses are in our staff, and I would give a lot of credit to Dr. Bogan for reducing the non-staff components of this plan. So that's hopefully helpful in the long run. Additionally, there are some components to programmatic reduction that are about getting down into the weeds about how do we do this or how do we do that. And our intent is that when the board has approved the reduction plan, we would then engage with the staff in more detailed level to make sure that we've got all those T's crossed and I's dotted before progressing. So for right now, we're just talking about those programmatic pieces from that balcony level. At the elementary level, we currently have 4 MTSS interventionists at every building, and we're proposing reducing 1 at each site. So there'd still be 3 remaining MTSS interventionists at each elementary. We currently have 2 elementary behavior facilitators that work throughout the district. And we're proposing reducing 1 there. That'd be in line with our other 2 levels where we have 1 behavior facilitator still at the middle school and 1 at the 9-12 level. We're looking at a reduction of our exploratory allotments. Sections have gone down, and exploratory staffing has stayed the same. So we are anticipating approximately a 3.7 FTE reduction in those exploratories. While we're not reducing a specific exploratory, we're just consolidating schedules. That number is an estimate at this time. So it might be a little more, it might be a little less of an FTE, because we're still doing some of that work with our administrative team. And then, like I said, once that schedule is drafted, and we have a little bit more of our knowns from the board as far as the reduction plan, we'll then engage the exploratory staff to assist us with those final components. And then we added in here a reduction of 3 FTE at KME and KBK, but I want to point out that those would be pieces that would come to us in any given year regardless of the programmatic reduction. So that last bullet item there isn't programmatic, that's just us looking at the enrollment projections for next year like we would do in any given year. At the middle school level, we have a reduction, suggestion of 2 FTE for MTSS, the 1 LRC director at the middle school level, 1 instructional coach, that's currently an unfilled position, and then we have a fractional FTE dishwasher position at the high school that's been unfilled for 18 months, I think, and so we would not be filling that position. And then for the middle school and high school, I wanted to add in there, like that last bullet for the elementary level, there are still going to be recommendations based on enrollment, course selection, those kinds of things, but that doesn't happen at this point in the year. That will happen come February and March. At the high school level, we're reducing 1 MTSS interventionist, 2 counselors, and 1 food service FTE at the high school. And then again, that component about the scheduling, course selection, that is going to be something to be determined through the normal staffing process. The KIPLA programming component, as Dr. Rolling had mentioned earlier, that is going to be moving back to the elementary and middle school buildings. By doing that, the 1.2 FTE we have for exploratory at KIPLA would not be needed anymore, and those exploratory needs would be absorbed by those base schools. 1 special education FTE at the elementary level. Currently, we're projected to have only 2 students with IEP needs, and so we'd be able to handle that at the elementary level, but at the middle school level, we would need to retain 1 of those special ed FTE. We would no longer, because we're removing it from the site, we would no longer need the lunchroom monitors, the food service manager, or the 2 support staff, the secretary and the nurse that are there. At the district level, we currently have a one-on-one instructional coach in our staffing allotment. We would not, and that's been an unfilled position, we would not be filling that. And then we also have a reduction of an ELL FTE. That current person is retiring, but then with the allotments that we will need for the students that have ELL services, we would not be needing that person, or that position moving forward. Administratively, we're recommending the reduction of the 2 elementary assistant principals, and then reallocating the current KIPLA administrator to a district assessment and school improvement coordinator to assist us with some of our programming across the entire district. So if you go to that last slide, Dr. Bogan.
Just a quick question. I got a quick question.
Yes.
So with the assistant principals, just so we're clear, I know you have stated there is a number typically added at a school where you would have an assistant principal there, correct? I mean, we're at the number where you just need a principal, or I know we discussed
There are recommendations from various national organizations that you could look at. There isn't a requirement for elementary assistant principals. Typically, you'd look in that 250 to 300 range, and some of our schools are just over 300. Any other questions? Okay. So this just shows what those realized projected savings would be based on those FTE for the board's review. Remember that a support staff member, the placeholder we use is $30,000. For a staff member, a certified staff member, the placeholder we would use is $60,000 when we're doing the budget projections. You'll notice some odd numbers in there. That's because monitor positions and some of those ancillary services or roles don't have round numbers. Those are hourly rates, and we multiplied up the days and the hours, that kind of thing. So we're looking at then that reduction of about $1.6 million in our projections. So next steps, or not next steps, but the timeline that we can expect. Tonight we're here presenting this projected plan, or proposed plan, excuse me. The board, we're hoping, would vote on this on the 27th. There are some time constraints for the certified staff in terms of state law and state code as to when we can reduce in force, and so we'd want to make sure that we follow those. The month of February would be working through the details of that reduction in force, utilizing the sequence of honorable dismissal and placement. And then at the March 10th staff meeting, or board meeting, we would present the minimum staffing plan, which would include not only these recommended programmatic changes, but then also the updates to enrollment and sectioning and class selection and all that. One of the things that we have done in the past for our support staff members when we've had a reduction in force, and we would do again and replicate with our certified staff members, is have a meeting with those affected staff prior to the March minimum staffing plan to let them know what to expect, what their rights and responsibilities are, the role that the sequence of honorable dismissal plays in any reduction in force. Just so that the board knows, it's a highly scripted process set forth in the law. It's not discretionary. It is very prescriptive, and that's something that we work in close conjunction with the association on as we go through that process. There's been verifications that occur in every district and across the state every year where individual staff members can verify their own personal information as it relates to the sequence of honorable dismissal, and then that list is then published and provided to the association and well ahead of time, so they have it every year around December or January, and then we follow that legal process to reduce staff. Then I just had a couple of points I want the board to remember and make sure that we talked about. So I just mentioned that state statutes, collective bargaining agreements govern this process. It is important to remind ourselves and to make sure we make an overt effort to address that this is what's called legally an honorable reduction in force. So that when we do get to that place where we're talking about individual staff members and individual names, this is something that we want to make sure everyone knows. It's not due to job performance, it's not due to efficacy, it's not due to how they deliver programming. It is just a budgetary function that's governed by the state statute, so it's what they call an honorable reduction in force. We would help those affected staff members with job placement, networking, recommendations, all of those kinds of things. Because it's such a highly scripted process, some of the affected staff may or may not have recall rights. We would make sure that those processes are followed. We have every intent, as you've seen in prior years with support staff, that were we to have the opportunity to recall these honorably dismissed staff, that we would do so. And then, as always, through the minimum staffing plan, if there are needs that come up due to staffing, enrollments, sectioning, IEP needs, we would bring those back to the board for consideration and recommendation. So programmatic changes at this point in time are things that we have to discuss and act on. At the same time, if we suddenly have an influx of 100 second graders at a specific building, we'll bring that back to the board for consideration. So, Dr. Roman? Next.
I have a question. So, I'll use a simple example. I had a friend, a community member, reach out to me and say, my daughter, second grade, one of our elementary schools, utilizes MTSS resources, for example, looking at all the employee groups, but this one in particular. What impact will this have on my child's needs and resources being available to them? How is the district going to handle that with these large reductions?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good question, and we've already started to talk about ways that we can adjust the way we provide services through efficiencies, through scheduling. I've had the MTSS as an example. Some of the feedback we've received is, especially from the elementary level, is that the scheduling is difficult. So that the services are not consistent because of that schedule. So looking at schedule, looking at how we do this in more efficient and effective ways. After the board takes action, then we would engage all of those groups in discussions of how do we move forward to provide the best services possible, if that makes sense. So there are still some unknowns in there. We recognize that. We've been clear as we talked with staff about there are still some unknowns. And part of that is because we do want to engage our staff. They know the programs best. They know the students best in terms of how we move forward.
I mean, my biggest concern is how's this going to impact our kids? We're trying to develop and set up a culture of excellence, and you know, financially I understand that things need to be done. I just want some assurance that we're going to do it the right way and that the student population, the staff aren't going to suffer to the degree that it's going to cause detriment and take us in the wrong direction of where we're trying to go, if that makes sense.
Can you explain a little bit of your thinking behind it? Because I feel like Crown is at a disadvantage. They're asking, you know, like assistant principals, we need them. Of course, we see them, we use them, we need them. Same thing with MTSS. You have not developed these models, these new models of these numbers just out of the air. You have done research, you've looked at other schools, and those schools are not just basic school. I mean, they're excelling schools too. It's like you have a certain level of what you've been looking at to say, this is why I'm making this recommendation, and I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, we've engaged, you know, whether it's assistant principals, whether it's MTSS, whether it's counseling, we've engaged. We all have our own networks. We've engaged our peers around the area in terms of what staffing levels they use. We've also looked to national organizations when and where they exist. And then we've had conversations about how could we be, again, more efficient with our services to provide service to our students. So we didn't pick this out of the air. These were all difficult decisions. The team worked really hard on identifying the areas where we felt we could reduce without a significant impact on student experience or student outcomes. So as an example, you know, the elementary assistant principals, you can find 8 different districts and they're going to have eight different models of what they do. However, given the size of our buildings, it's not uncommon to find elementary schools the size of ours without assistant principals. MTSS is another example. You know, the staffing number that we're going to, given the size of our buildings, would not be out of line compared to a number of our peers or other schools across the state.
And the other one would be the counselors, the behavior counselors, and we made a lot of decisions and made some, you know, hirings based off of due to COVID and the increase of the number of our students. It was dramatic, the number of our students that were inpatient and stuff like that. And so obviously, you know, COVID has been here and now is gone, and we're going back to those old, it's the same thing with our finances and stuff like that. We need to go back to what we were before. So can you speak to kind of some of the changes that are happening now? Because with COVID, you know, we're going back to pre-COVID, I guess is the best way to put it.
Right, and obviously I wasn't here when we made those decisions, but based off of information from the board, from the cabinet, you know, behavior intervention is an area where we did bump up, given a lot of the extreme behaviors coming out of COVID. We still see behaviors. I'm not, you know, it would be disingenuous to say we don't see behaviors. However, things are returning slowly back to normal. We've built systems around how we support students. Same thing with counseling. Those, my understanding is the initial 2 were added to help support additional hospitalizations from our high school students coming out of COVID. Obviously, our counseling staff talked about some other things that they've been able to provide, and those things are critical. However, given where we are financially, that was an area where we felt we could return to pre-COVID numbers.
Okay. We're taking the MEDAX to the classroom, but yet we need an administration, one KIPA principal to become a district assessment and school improvement coordinator. Now, that's a, well, nice to have. That in this environment, is this really the message we want to send in terms of a culture of excellence, focused on reading, focused on math, focused on the skills that these students need? Or is it just adding? It doesn't seem to me, an uneducated observer, that the sacrifices are being shared and are being appropriately allocated. Correct me if you see something else. But, you know, this is a nice to have. This is not a need to have.
Can you explain what it means? What is this role? Because people, when they read that, they have their own impression of what that role means. What does that mean for the school district?
Well, I think that position doesn't stand alone in the changes that we would be looking to make at district office in general. Right now, we have some people that have taken on a number of roles over time. I'm going to use Dr. Boga as an example. Her predecessor was here for 20 years, took on a lot of programs, a lot of responsibilities. Given where we are financially and with the condition of our building, the focus on finances and facilities would be important. So taking some of those responsibilities, additionally, so it would involve shuffling a number of responsibilities at district office, including responsibilities for the current personalized learning coordinator and this new position to help, as we talk at the board and in previous meetings, of curriculum development, program development for MTSS, support of improving test scores, improving assessment quality. That's the vision of doing that. I recognize that that's potentially unpopular, but that would be the vision, is using them to accomplish those things to help support the teachers that are in the classroom with better curriculum, better systems, better programming, and then additionally being in the buildings more, providing direct support in the building would be the expectation for all of the central office moving forward.
Okay, but doesn't, in an environment of cutbacks, and trust me, I've lived through that teaching in some local districts here as well as a large district out of state. It meant that everybody shouldered some additional work. I had a caseload. At one point in time, I had 38 students on my caseload, on my IEP special ed caseload. All right? Which would be unacceptable here by state law. So this new position, it's going to be taking work that others would do. It just, in the environment that we're in, and we're trying to find savings. We're going under the couch cushions. We're trying to squeeze out whatever savings we can from food service, from supplies, from technology, from whatever services. Tell me that this position and reallocating to a district assessment and school improvement coordinator isn't a luxury that is done at the expense of the classroom teachers.
I share similar concerns. I know we've talked one-on-one about this, but I feel like we're not looking at district administration when like, it was a little bit shocking to me when we got the staffing plan initially, when it was discussed, that we're not assessing at that level the needs and finding our wants versus needs that stem from that. You know, we're essentially asking everybody in the district to work harder with less right now. And to me, that goes all the way up. And a reflection of solid leadership is setting that example. And, you know, the example that Mr. Mankivsky brought up is one. Another one that came out of COVID was, and nothing against the individual personally, but the communications director. To me, in my eyes, that's a luxury that we don't necessarily, yeah, it's nice to have, and it's probably something that would benefit the district, but right now when we're, to use an analogy that was just used, looking under the couch cushions, there are ways we can save at that high level. And I think it would speak volumes to the staff, to the community, to show cuts at all levels. For me, it's improportionate. We're making all these cuts to student-facing individuals, but we're not seeing it at the district administration level. And so that's my 2 cents on it. I know we've talked about it, and I know it's a difficult subject, but we're all going to have to tighten up and work harder with less, and I think it needs to happen at all levels.
If I could piggyback on that, I think so. I think what we're saying is we're asking folks to do double work, double load, right? And especially because the bulk of the budget cuts are coming out of personnel, and that makes sense. We're a people business, right? That's what we do. But I don't see in the plan, and I don't see it maybe in our conversations, is how are we going to help these people do 2 jobs now or do a job and a half? What are the strategies, the systems, what are we putting in place to make sure that they can? And then to piggyback on what Mr. Mankowski and Mr. Gonzalez said, the people in the classroom have the greatest impact on the students and their learning and their successes. That should be our last place to go to dip into the well, right? And so where else, and I know, Dr. Bogan, you've done a great job of finding, little bits here, little bits there, and we've tried to piece together as much as we can, but we're definitely dipping into the most important part of what we do. We have to do so carefully, we have to do so thoughtfully, we have to make sure that we are telling and communicating to people that we have their back and we're going to pick up slack with them, and that's the pieces I'm worried about, the pieces I'm not seeing.
Quick question too, is we actually have a 4.2 deficit, right? And this proposal is only 3.1, so we still need to figure out $1 more million of what we are going to cut. Obviously that is not in this year's budget, that will be in next year's budget. So there's still $1 million to come that we need to find. So yeah, to your point of that there are still, other higher up positions,
So,
I don't see, go ahead.
Board Member Simmons, I do want to clarify. So the 4.2 million is the projected deficit for this year.
Okay.
So that's our expenditures exceeding revenues by that amount for this year. So we're making adjustments this year to hopefully lessen that, right? Mm-hmm. These budget reductions are with the intention that we align our expenditures with our expected revenues for next year. Right? So that's really where, I do want to clarify that point, just so that we're not talking about, we need to cut another $1 million.
Yeah, sorry, and I apologize for that. I just mean, but
so
there will be cuts again, we'll still have.
The goal with this plan is that we would not need to make significant reductions, like we're seeing in this plan, but instead it would much more be, those sort of typical adjustments that you see based on enrollment, based on student needs, based on those types of things when it comes to staffing and programming, and that, the idea is that other portion of the budget, that's 20% on the things, what other efficiencies can we find in there, what adjustments can be made so that we are just making adjustments and not major reductions.
I guess that's my question is long-term, just beyond this year too, is, because should we be making these bigger cuts, like you said, communications and this position and stuff like that, but we're already, like you said, we're, looking for the nickels and dimes and the couches this year. You're doing the group, buying, purchasing bulk and stuff like that. So what is there going to be there, for the next, for us to still cut if we're already making those cuts? So it's still going to be something. So I guess my question to you is like, how do we not do both? Not, like you said, the cabinet needs to be looked at, and all of this needs to be looked at too. How is there even, my question is there even room for one or the other?
Well, I think, first of all, I can, based on the board direction, I can reevaluate the administrative staffing and bring back a proposal at a later date. I think the other question, given, as Dr. Bogan pointed out, the original expected shortfall was $4.2 million. With some of the work that she's already done, we expect that to be lower. Moving forward, the goal would be course correction, not significant budget reduction.
Can you speak about that too, because course correction?
Right now we're making significant change based on a significant problem. At the end of the year, knowing where we actually end up with, expenditures versus revenues, and then going into next year with those projections, rather than having to make $3.1 million in changes in one fell swoop, the goal would be looking at student enrollment patterns, looking at taking advantage of retirements to reduce positions or find other areas of efficiencies that are smaller, that are not sweeping changes, right? That's the goal moving forward.
Can you speak to that a little bit of, like, how do we get into the situation where we're looking at our models are not the same as other schools? Like, we have an assistant principals, maybe we shouldn't have had that. You know, the number of MTSS, counselors, things that are on this list. You know, at some point we have approved hires of some people saying, hey, through this period of time, it was COVID, and then we said, oh, let's look back at that in a couple of years and see if we still need that position. And I don't think we've necessarily done diligence on that part for us. How is that going to be moving forward?
Well, the goal would be to use the idea of looking at our programs, looking at data, seeing where we're seeing improvements, what we should be either supporting, staffing more of, where we are, where we need help. And then, like I said, looking at our enrollment pattern is slowly declining over time, and then adjusting on an annual basis for those things in order to not be in this position again. Additionally, looking at other revenue sources, trying to take advantage of as many state grants, federal grants as possible, and then hopefully with growing EAV in the district, that also provides us additional revenue. So the idea would be to sharpen our pencil on an annual basis, and that way we're making, like I said, incremental changes rather than a significant change of this magnitude, which is certainly not where I want to be or where anybody wants to be.
So my question is, last year when we did the teachers' contracts within budget, everybody was happy, it turned out great. Was there any red flags from that point up until like December? I mean, this number to me, it's like, whoa, you know, if we're within budget, like, how do we prepare, or was there any red flag that was like, yeah, we're over, we got to make cuts? Or, I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
I think I do at least, so I'll try and answer that. So one of the things we've talked about, there's no one individual decision or choice or direction that, you know, the board or, you know, administration has taken that has gotten us there. It's really been that consistent, you know, for the last couple of years, we're spending more than we're taking in, right? And we can look at some of the past O&M projects over the last few years. We've spent additional funds there. We've received less in reimbursement through the state transportation reimbursement, you know, when we're consistently trying to add routes to deal with those long route times. We did have, you know, as public comment had stated, you know, we had a healthy but very necessary teacher contract. All of the things, you know, sort of add to the overall, but it's not one individual item or decision like I can say that we can point to and say, oh, it was this one factor. And so I think we really do need to look at it structurally and holistically and how all of these different components feed into it, and really and truly from that basic sense, how do we get to a position where revenues and expenditures match year over year? Because that's going to put us in a position, you know, one day, hopefully down the road, that we do have a surplus, or we do have the ability to create a reserve of some sort. That's not today, and it's not going to be next year, but sort of thinking that long-term planning, and really the first step is how do you balance that annual budget?
But how do you, and I'm not trying to be combative, but how do you come before us and ask us to eliminate all these different positions, but yet we're going to create this one position here? I mean, the idea of redistributing KIPLA, if you will, for lack of a better term, is to utilize the resources from those individual buildings, building principals, for example. And so for me, especially at the administrator level, in terms of pay and the impact of the budget, that's a huge savings for us. But we're not only eliminating it, we're creating a new district level administration position. To me, it's not well balanced.
We're talking out of both sides of our mouth.
Right.
And it's the wrong message to send to the community. It is the wrong message if what we're trying to do is achieve the culture of excellence all the way through. It's inherently contradictory.
Well, and there's dollars to that too, right? Where if we're trying to save a couple $100,000 by dissolving KIPLA, we're going to save $100,000 or plus, I don't want to call people out, on that one role.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to spend some of our savings, of our savings. You know, I would urge you to relook at the district and particularly administrative. We need to do better. I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing, in terms of budgetary impact, almost all at the elementary, 700,000 at the elementary are students who need it the most, and, you know, what we're seeing reflects that.
It's deeper.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. And we need to take a look at that and maybe refocus on some of the resources at the district and administrative level and push it back to the classroom. I'm sorry, but a couple of us at the table were in classrooms for 20 years, still are, and this is not the right approach to create excellence.
Well, and we were talking. If you get the reputation of a district that cuts lots of staff positions, then we don't retain staff and we don't draw staff. And Dr. Atkins, I mean, I know you do a great job of going out there and getting folks, but you know, we are often faced with, hey, we need a specialized physics teacher, and why would they want to come here if we're going to cut them next year?
Yeah, I mean, to that effect, 129 went through this 15 years ago, and to this day, they go around begging. Special ed, no. If a special ed teacher has a choice, they'll go to Batavia 101, they'll go to Geneva, they'll go anywhere. Or they'll go to Oswego, 308, rather than Western World 129. Science teachers, particularly your physics and chemistry, they can't find them.
To me, it's deeper. It's deeper than, I know the focus here is, it's a monetary issue, it's a budgetary issue, but it's deeper than that in the sense that we're impacting people's lives, we're impacting morale, we're impacting their daily jobs, and to me, that should go across the board, up and down. It should go laterally from top to bottom, and leadership should set the expectation that, yeah, we're tightening our belts, and all of us are going to be struggling to get through this. We're all in it together, and to some extent, it's a little bit of a slap in the face to say, you know, hey guys, we're cutting all this stuff, but. And I didn't sideswipe him with this. We talked about this. It's not. I'm not here to put Kurt on the spot. It's first meeting, but it's. Everyone's going to be making sacrifices. We're in a tough position. You know, I'll own it. I wouldn't attribute this completely to me, to any of us here, because this is a long-term issue that has fallen upon us. But it's here now. It's ours to own, and we need to make. We're here stuck with the hard decisions, and that means that there will be pain and effort and hard work to get us out of it. But I think if we all do it together, it'll make it easier. It's not just making, you know, simple cuts from the ivory tower and saying, well, this is how we fix it. It's all of us working hard to get this done. And to me, It has to be deeper at the higher level.
It has to be a shared sacrifice.
Correct.
As opposed to, because I'm just not seeing, I'm sorry, I'm probably missing something, but I'm not seeing this when we're adding on a new administrative position at what? What are we looking at? How much? 120? You know, am I higher? I'm low? You're telling me I'm low?
I think you're low.
Well, okay. It's just,
Well, I will look at the administrative staffing, and I can bring back a recommendation to the board.
Can you also just, I guess, like, again, to elementary, again, those are our critical kids. We're talking about the MTSS, and you talked about that other schools has the models and stuff like that, and that we're course correcting into the right number of staff. Just, I don't know if there is a way, a narrative, or how can you share with us that that's, not having those 4 MTSS is not going to change the impact of those students. And the same thing with KIPLA. We are trying not to, we're trying to move them over and to maintain the integrity of that program. And so, I mean, we can see like the certain things, like we don't need 2 gym teachers, 2 PE teachers, a band teacher and stuff like that. There's certain things that are duplicative, but like explaining that kind of stuff too. So of like, to ensure our parents that they know that the foundation of what their students are learning. We know their teachers are coming with them, we get that, but also, it is also nerve-wracking too, well, okay, my gym teacher's gone, but now I'm gonna have a different gym teacher, I'm gonna be a part of band, those exploratory, those other kind of classes and stuff like that. I guess our elementary kids and our KIPLA kids, I wanna make sure if these changes that are happening for them, that their schooling is not gonna change.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I mean, I know this is a financial conversation, but I think President Gonzalez, who said this, that there's real human capital here too, right? And although we're talking about the finances, I would like to see, I don't know if this is a next meeting or some point soon, we said these weren't going to dissolve programs. It doesn't sound like that's true anymore. It sounds like programs are being hit now. And so I'd like to know how that is playing out. Like, what is our strategy to make sure these programs are still working, right? How does KIPLA live outside of KIPLA, right? How does, what are we gonna do about the counseling program and that we just heard from public comment, right? How are these programs going to exist, what are the strategies for that? So I think we need another meeting with that discussion too.
Yeah. Look, the college career readiness, we're hearing that that's just gonna be gone, so like, Kurt, or Dr. Rowling, you made the comment that those programs are not going to be lost, it's just going to be adjusted.
Well,
so if you can share that.
There will be in terms of counseling, there will be some adjustments. We're going to have to do that. We're going to work with the team, we're going to work with the high school administration, see what we can pick up. I think as it relates to MTSS, it's important to identify we also have an MTSS coordinator in each elementary building, and we can look to see how we're using them to even provide services to students. I also want to point out that while that elementary number is large, some of those are related to decreasing enrollment. And so that's captured in that number, where, as we talked about a number of times, our numbers are dropping. And so it is our responsibility to make adjustments as those numbers decline.
And you have not done this, you and Dr. Bogan have not done this just in a little silo, and you guys made these cuts and stuff. You've talked to teachers, you've talked to the union, you've done your due diligence, and you've talked to, everybody that needs to be talked to when it comes to making some of these decisions. And so it's not like, I guess that narrative, a budget discussion is really tough, it's really hard, it's, cut and dry, it's numbers, and that's what people can see. But as we sit here as parents too, and the parents out there and teachers and counselors, they see the kids, so if we can somehow translate what this looks like and what our new models are going to look, and how we can say to our, that our staff are not going to be overwhelmed, our students are still going to get the same quality of education, things like that. So I don't know if that is even possible, or how do you, get that across to us too, because right now we see numbers and that is really hard for us to translate, at least for me. I'm sorry if I'm speaking on behalf of everybody, it's really hard for me to translate into what is that impact for our children.
Yeah, I think, especially as you talk about MTSS at the elementary level, we recently did a survey regarding curriculum at the elementary level, and we received a lot of feedback in terms of how that model is working. And quite honestly, so I think, are we going to be able to turn around in 2 weeks and give all the specifics? No, we actually, I believe, have to retool a lot of the pieces of that, that'll be a project that's going to take a significant amount of the spring. You know, in terms of KIPLA, we've had some initial conversations with administration, but now, you know, with the board, you know, approval, we will build committees. We're going to work on how that works involving our teachers so that it's not just administration making the decision.
That's, I guess, what I'm saying too. I'm not looking for the solutions, I'm looking for the journey that's gonna be had now. So from this step, it's like, yes, these steps, we made these decisions, these recommendations based off of models and data and stuff like that, but this is our next step to ensure that our students are not impacted negatively, you know, and like I said, yeah, you might not be able to say, okay, so MTSS is gonna look this way, but we are going to work on this through the spring and stuff like that, some kind of a timeline. And I know you've worked on all that, and I know that's in your, you know, that you guys have that plan and stuff like that. That's just not laid out here, and so the rest of the Kaneland world just doesn't see that either, that we are going to be protecting our students too.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, our goal is to provide the best experience and education for our kids. You know, the decisions that we made are, bluntly, you know, this is not the first board meeting I want to be having. No. Very challenging decisions, and so as we move forward, we will, like I said, we'll develop a timeline of working with our staff, communicating with students and families as to how we're moving forward after these adjustments.
Dr. Bogan or Dr. Rowling, in terms of the timeline and deadlines, I'll be honest, right now, especially after having this discussion, I would have a hard time voting for this, particularly with this single line item we're looking at right now, right? I think there are other things that can be done, but is there room for further discussion, or, because I know at the next meeting, we're not voting tonight.
Correct. So from a purely financial, purely sort of like the budget calendar, you know, what we do to work. So the goal, right, or the plan and the timeline was typically we've approved budget assumptions in October, but right, because of everything, because of the deficit, we pushed that timeline back, right? I should have been presenting those 5-year projections too, but I can't do that without some assumptions and some direction from the board. And so the timeline was really, from at least the financial perspective, set up to say, okay, we would have the discussion now. In 2 weeks, the board would vote on it. Great, Jackie hits the ground running, and then I'm able to present 5-year projections to everyone in February so that we keep that budget calendar moving. You know, I would have liked, in an ideal world, last week I would have sent out building budgets, you know, to principals and to principal secretaries. We moved some of that stuff back, and I continue to move that back, but every time we move that back, it not just affects the work that I do, but then also the work that we do ask others to do in terms of developing those budgets. So while I guess that's the long way of me saying we can adjust that. I guess I would just need to know, what does a timeline?
Well, and I think the other piece is the staffing piece. Given the sequence of honorable dismissal, we have some pretty hard dates on that. So pushing it back would really make that process challenging. I think we have a little bit of wiggle room, but not significant.
So then, what do we need at this point to proceed? I mean, we've heard from a few of us, and I don't know where the board as a group stands, but I mean, how do we move forward so that we don't hold up the timeline, but also we're all on the same page? I mean, do we need to have this discussion now, or, I mean, do we, because you're going to bring the same thing back to us next, unless we change it.
Well, I mean, I would just.
And is that now the time to give that direction, to discuss? I mean, do we do a thumbs up? Do we talk?
Let's take another look at the district and the administrative. And anything that can be done to salvage student-facing positions, particularly those as it relates to basic skills, reading and math.
Well, just to be clear, we're not cutting an actual teacher out of a classroom, correct? We're talking about support staff.
Well, the staff, the actual classroom teachers, I'm getting really bad feedback now. The classroom teachers in the elementary level, those adjustments are based off of enrollments.
Exactly, that's my, so I understand that part. The other part we're talking about is MTSS.
Right, those are
and
exploratory. Those are push-in services that provide students with intervention for math and reading.
Okay, so I guess what my ask would be then is at the elementary level, because I know you have talked to people and done some research on it, can we get a level of utilization? How often are they utilized? Are they 8 hours a day, all day long? They're constantly helping with reading and math, or is it a pretty big ebb and flow and is less able to take on the same amount of work, you know, as a workload and still give back to the students what they need?
Yeah,
I guess that's my big question.
The feedback I've received is not that they're not working, right? They are working. They're in classrooms during their entire contractual load.
Of course.
The feedback that I've received from elementary teachers is that the model is, the way we're going about using their time is maybe not as efficient, as effective as it could be.
Okay. No, and if that's the feedback and that's what we're understandably,
right?
If we can utilize their time efficiently with less folks, and we can explain that and walk that and bridge that gap,
right.
I think that's a good thing for us to understand fully.
We have a full, but what I would describe as an almost full co-teaching model at the elementary level, in which MTSS interventionists are pushed into classrooms to provide services in that classroom. And what that requires the interventionists to do is to work with each individual teacher in terms of when they're able to be in that classroom serving maybe just a couple of kids at a time,
Mm-hmm.
whereas maybe if we do more of a blended approach that involves some pull-out and some push-in, we're able to meet the needs of students while also doing it in a way that's maybe more targeted to the individual student need and being more efficient.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see how that looks, or you know, what that feedback is from a utilization standpoint, just to understand a little bit further, you know, why it would make sense to reduce that for us, just so we can bridge it. Because we don't want to take away from the students if possible, and if reducing these headcounts does, you know, take away from the students completely, or again, if we're underutilizing staff. I mean, you can be in an office, you can be in work for 8 hours a day, and fill your time with things, but is it exactly what we're looking to do?
And I want to
also?
be clear with what I'm saying. I don't believe, our staff is, our MTSS staff, just, and not to counter what, they're not finding things to do. It's not like they're, you know, finding ways to, you know, just kind of drop in or whatever. I think it's the scheduling of the model that largely has been created for them has led to a less efficient use of time and maybe not even some of the outcomes that we'd be seeking.
Bob, with your reducing the administration staff, is there one specific other position that you would not want to reduce then, or?
I am trying to both be budget conscious, but at the same time, having been student-facing most of my career, and these student-facing personnel really do make a difference.
Correct.
I mean, the MTSS, well, or the co-teaching support that these students get does make a difference. I've seen it in plenty of cases, though I was in the BD room most of my career, but it did make a difference. It seems that the brunt of the cuts are being borne by those student-facing positions that really do make the difference. And quite frankly, the data analysis, new position for data analysis in administration at who knows what. Help me out, Aaron. What do you figure? Come on.
What are you putting me on the spot
No,
for?
okay.
I would estimate.
Whatever it is, whatever it is.
I think it's higher than.
I think that money could be better spent trying to preserve student-facing positions that are working on the basic skills. Things that we really have to improve on.
If you traded that role for 2 teachers,
Yeah.
we're up, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, easy. I do that in a heartbeat. Because,
But can I ask in this model, I think what Mr. Cook was trying to ask was, if we were to say no to this, would we say yes to somebody else on that list? Or were you just saying, no, you know what, everything on that list is also a no, you know, or like no, plus this, and then we can use that money to...
No, you're mischaracterizing what I said.
That's what I'm asking.
You're mischaracterizing what I've said. I'm just saying, in a world where we're planning all sorts of reductions, and elementary is getting hit really, really, at 702,000 on a budgetary impact, losing 11.7 FTE, is it really a good use of our money to bring additional administrative staff for, I don't want to misquote, let's go through it, you know, for data analysis? Seriously?
No, that's fine. I agree with you, and I guess I just want to make sure we're clear on all that too, you know, is that if the model, the MTSS model, if it's shown to us that it's, you know, the new model and we do reduce the 4, which is out of 11, is what is the right thing to do, then the money that we're saying, I'm saying no to that too. So I'm on that, but I'm just saying that then that money also can be allocated for other things. We're not saying it's a this or that. We're going to get rid of this, we're going to keep 4 MTSS. Okay. That's not what you're saying.
Two things that I have a problem with. Number one, it sends the wrong message to our classroom. I mean, it sends not just the wrong message, it sends a terrible message. In a world where teachers are in pretty short supply. I still talk to my friends back in Albuquerque and the few I still know in Arizona. Try and find a special ed teacher these days in New Mexico. Good luck. University of New Mexico last year graduated all of 2. New Mexico State didn't graduate a single one, and they were supposed to be the main suppliers of teachers. ASU had less than 10. We are buying ourselves all sorts of problems further down the road by how we're handling this and how our actions are likely to be interpreted or considered.
I mean, to that point is, sorry, one more, it's just that I agree, because that statement is not a good one. That might be something we need a few years from now, because we're talking about bringing ourselves to excellence, and if this person's role is defined after we go through all these changes and we're trying to take the level up to this next step of excellence, and we go, we need somebody to checks and balance of curriculum and all that stuff. That is something later on, that is something that we can maybe navigate after but that's like years from now, not right now. This is something that is a luxury.
Or in Dr. Atkins' own words, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a nice to have.
Exactly.
As opposed to a must have.
So we agree to remove
I
that.
just, at minimum.
Respectfully, we have to have a resolution. We're kind of, I know we're kind of going around here in circles, but not in circles, but we have to give direction as to how to proceed. We have a budget crisis. These are facts.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that a one-for-one, we say we eliminate this position and then we bring back these positions is viable right now. They're going to have to go to the drawing board. It's going to take time. And I'm just going to give my 2 cents as the single person. I think we start here. We've been, they didn't just do this willy-nilly. Time, effort, and analysis was put into this. We say, we'll accept this proposal with the exception of this position here, this administrative position we're gonna create essentially. We're gonna, keep/create.
I'm saying we need to take a deeper look at administration. I say we need to take a deeper look and maybe reevaluate this. And how what is proposed here is going to further our goals of excellence, particularly in reading and math, which are so critical and which we've been lagging for a while. I'm sorry,
If that's the will of the board, what does that look like for a timeline? Because basically, we're going to have to start over again, right? I mean, you're essentially going to have to start from the ground up over again.
Yeah.
If we do that.
The board would want to know that as far as the minimum staffing plan goes, there is state statute about how much before the end of the year we have to notify certified staff of returning the following year and that kind of thing, which is why that March 10th meeting is for lack of a better phrase, that is the due date for a staffing plan. So if the board is considering a different set of directives to bring something back, we'd have to backwards design from that March 10 board date.
So my question to the board too, and I don't even know how we could even do this, but I mean, we're asking them to just look at the cabinet. Are there things that you know, what does that mean for them to look at? Are you asking them specific positions? Are you asking them specific, you know, criteria? What are we saying to them? Because if they were to go look at the organizational chart and they say, here's all cabinets, you know, what are they looking at?
I guess by the own standards, are the positions nice to have or need to have? Okay. To borrow Dr. Atkins' own words, I'm sorry for a second. But I mean,
yeah.
And are the positions in the role and scope fulfilling the mandate we've given for excellence, particularly when it comes to basic skills, where we have a lot of ground to make up.
So we're not looking at the person, we're looking at the role at this point, because we can't really, the person is evaluations and reviews and stuff like that. We're just talking about the actual role.
We're talking about is this position furthering us along in that goal of excellence, of boosting our students' reading, boosting our students' mathematical abilities. You know,
no, that's a start.
I mean, the IAR scores speak for themselves. We got some ground to make up.
So then we got to figure out how to proceed. We have to. This is potentially going to change everything, and it'll affect the timeline. And I guess we need to know, is everyone on board with what Mr. Mankivsky's proposing? I mean,
Can I ask a clarifying question? In terms of non-personnel stuff, are there any changes that you would like to see for non-personnel? Because that's 45% of proposed reduction.
No, I mean,
okay.
You've done, Dr. Vogan, you've done.
So then, I guess my other clarifying question is there something specific in the staffing piece that can stay?
See, my concern is that I mean they've analyzed this and they've seen where efficiencies are, and for us to come again from an outside perspective and wave our wand, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but to wave our wand and say, take away this person at $120,000 a year, but let's bring on these other two. If it's not efficient, you know, in these roles, if it's not efficient, then at some point we have to trust.
What I'm talking about here is rationalizing the personnel we have. It's not just a matter of, oh, cut this person here, add two here. It's rationalizing our complete staffing. You see this in the private sector all the time, and even in certain school districts. Rationalizing the staff you have, and are they, you know, is the staff you have necessary or useful towards achieving your district goals?
I get it conceptually. I'm just wondering, as a directive, moving forward, and I'm just looking at this purely from a procedural standpoint, because we have to do something, what does that look like? You know, I get it, I totally respect what you're saying. I see it, but how does that, you know, all these ideas are conceptual. How does that look on the piece of paper when we're looking at, we're cutting here, we're adding here? That's all I'm asking. And I think it's something we're gonna have to agree on as a group. And I'd like us to be, you know, in an ideal world, I'd like us to be unified on this. I don't wanna have a split decision on something this big, so I think it's a collaboration on our part. But at some point, we have to trust the people that are in the weeds with it, too. I mean...
Yeah, to add to that is, do we feel that they, because you guys have done your due diligence, there's no doubt about it, and you've done a lot of surveys and work and stuff like that. So like it's rationalized, except for this one position, and then also maybe another position on the cabinet. Are we saying that? Are we looking more, this is approval, sorry, I shouldn't always just, you know, are we okay with this? But then we also, maybe a second look at cabinet, or administration, I don't know.
I would say, let's look at it more holistically, based on the reductions, based on our goals, and the message we're sending. Given our financial constraints, are these the best outcome, the best result we can come up with? And, you know, but just have an honest look at, is it the best outcome?
Is there any other input from other members of the board on this to see, you know, in the spirit of progressing and finding, like I said, a practical initiative to drive forward, you know?
The district's going to come back with the same, like, very similar proposal, is what I think. I think they have done their due diligence and looking to rationalize it and hold. To my best belief, I think they've already done that, and so I don't know what we'd be looking for to come out of this next part.
The other way, the other way we can maybe give directive is, can you go back to the staffing plan and take a look at it and see, are there any places that we can maybe keep some roles and other roles that maybe are at the administrative level or the district level, we swap those out.
But have you done that already?
Maybe.
Well, if the board is directing me to reevaluate
Sorry.
the administrative staffing, then that's what I would have to do. I think, have I done that already? I believe so, but if that's the directive of the board, then that would be what that work would begin tomorrow morning. In terms of, you know, what to give back, I think that becomes a very challenging conversation. But I think we could go through the process again and I guess do it in reverse. But that would be, you know, I think I think it would be a challenge, quite honestly, but we could certainly approach that.
So can
the other option, I hate this option, but we can always do the menu option again, but they come back next week or next 2 weeks with the A plan, the B plan, the C plan, and we can debate that night. And it's not a great option.
I truly, and maybe it's wrong of me to have faith, but I truly believe that they weren't looking at this, you know, in the sense that they're, well, we're just going to cut here, we're going to cut there, we're going to, you know, I truly believe they looked at where there were inefficiencies. They looked at where there was room to grow. A lot of these positions were unfilled, not a lot of, excuse me, forgive me, just don't misquote me. Some of these positions were unfilled to begin with. And so I think a lot of that work was done initially. To ask them to do it again, we could, but to Mr. Cook's point, I feel like that work's been done. I don't think that they took this lightly. I don't think anyone wants to riff. You know, this is probably the hardest decision we're going to make as a board. And I'm sure you guys have to see these people daily. It's not something they take lightly.
So my thing is, I feel they've done their due diligence, just like Mr. Cook said. The only caveat would be the last one. I don't necessarily agree with it. And again, I agree with the position maybe later on, maybe a couple years from now, it might be something we need to do. But at this point, like everybody said, just we're making major changes with KIPLA, we're making major changes in the other schools, the counselors and stuff like that, to say, hey, but we're gonna add on this position because we think we need it, we have a good idea, and I, firmly believe that you're like, I have this whole vision for this person and they're gonna take us to this next level, but maybe that's something we table for a year or two and say, hey, okay, we walk through all this and now we definitely need that role, maybe at some point later. But that would be the only thing is my only question. Everything else I would be okay with.
So let me, because I'm not saying we have to move this along, it's not something we need to rush, but in the interest of progressing, are there those that are in favor of, and I'll just do it because it's my idea, and I've heard feedback from others that they potentially would support it, on proceeding forward with what's been proposed to us with the exception of this one administrative role. Is that something that we can get behind as a group?
I agree, yeah.
So we have 5, okay. So then, is there any other options we want to entertain, or are we ready to close it out and then let them bring it back? Because there's no decision being made tonight. Okay. Any other comments, questions to discuss on this matter?
One additional comment, for those in the public who don't know, we as board members do not get paid. Otherwise, we'd probably give up our own salaries for this thing. But just to clarify, there's no salary, this is a volunteer deal, so we're not on the hook here from a salary standpoint, just to be clear.
Okay. So at this time, thank you for reiterating
No,
that.
I've had people ask me, what do you get paid to be on the school board? And it's like, nothing. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, there is no salary. This is...
Well, and they truly are huge decisions that are purely volunteer-based.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. It's what we signed up for. So at this point, there's no action required for budget planning 2025, 2026, and the assumptions for the 5-year projections. The second item of new business is the approval of the school bus purchase for the 2025, 2026, for 2025, 2026. Dr. Bogan.
Yes. The school district bus fleet is essential to ensuring safe and reliable transportation to our students. And as such, we do set aside a significant amount of money year over year to account for maintaining our fleet. What we have seen is rising costs for vehicle replacements, fuel, maintenance. There's also, always ongoing new state legislation. And so we really do spend quite a bit of time throughout the year planning and making critical decisions. This past year, the district did replace 5 buses with 1-year-old 72 passenger buses. The net cost of that after 5 trade-ins was $547,695. So a significant cost. This year, given our financial situation, we are looking to do a couple of things a little bit differently. In the past, we've worked with a company, that we've had a long-term relationship that's been good to us. This year, we did go out and we sought quotes from multiple companies, and that really turned out well for us. The quote that came back, because of that competition, was actually $10,000 less per bus than we paid for last year, so we were excited to see that. But this year, just given the budget constraints, we are recommending that we purchase 2 72 passenger buses, 1 activity bus, and then there's been a lot of feedback that I've heard from the athletic department, from coaches, from different people, about us procuring an activity van. And so that's something that we're looking to do. In addition to those purchases, we are also looking to reduce our fleet. And so we would be trading in 7 72 passenger buses and our 2 old activity buses. So one activity bus we currently have is not operable, so it's just sitting on our lot. The other one is operable, but it is well past its life, and so that's the one we'd be looking to replace. Overall, we would be looking for the total cost of these really three purchases not to exceed $300,000, and so that's what we're asking you to approve tonight. Are there any questions I can answer on that?
The buses that we're trading in, do you feel like we're getting the full value out of it? I know this has been brought up in the past, selling them outright as opposed to trade-in value.
Yes, and so one of the things that we really did see in the quotes this year through sort of that, not competitive, but going out to multiple sources, was really how do those individuals maximize that trade-in value. So while some of our buses, due to age, number of miles, all of those things, we're getting sort of the standard $2,500 that we've gotten in the past. And some of our vehicles, we got up to $8,500 on trade-in. So we are seeing better trade-in values. Part of that also is due to demand, right? There's more of a demand for some of those trade-in buses. But still better value than trying to sell them outright or go to auction. The other thing that I do want to point out is that we are making purchases right now from two identified companies. So the 272 passenger vehicles will be coming from Midwest Transit, and then the activity bus that our mechanics had the opportunity to go and test drive. They liked the one at Central States better, so we're going to be purchasing that through Central States. And then the activity van, we have not yet sourced because we won't be making the purchase until after July 1. And so if we tried to go to a dealership now and purchase an activity van, they're not holding on to it for us until July 1 when we would take possession. So that process of procuring that will happen much closer to that July 1 date.
I'm going to ask one more question.
Sure.
We're asking everyone to make cuts, and
Yes.
are these things that we need to have, or are these luxuries?
Things that we need to have, and like I said, typically we purchase 5. We really do need to maintain our fleet, just to maintain the life, the reliability, but the older buses that we have sitting on our lot that aren't in use, those are also a drain on resources because we still have to keep them, up to code, up to speed. There's still fueling, there's still work that has to be done. So we believe that reducing the fleet will actually realize some savings as well. And then the activity buses, the activity bus replacement is vital. We had the second activity bus break this year and we weren't able to replace it because of budget constraints. And so not having that really puts our after-school activities at a huge loss. That having to go out and get possible charters or rental or other ways to drive. So we believe that having both the activity bus working and then also the van option, so that coaches can drive either of those vehicles for those teams, actually will realize some savings for the districts in terms of what we're spending. We're not always having to take a full-size bus when there's 12 kids. Some things like that. So I reduced this as much as I possibly could with input from our director of transportation, from the mechanics out there, and just really what's needed to keep this going.
Questions, comments? Anything? No?
Try to spend less than $300,000.
That's always ideal.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, I will entertain a motion that the Board of Education directs administration to move forward with the purchase of 2 one-year-old buses, 1 2022 activity bus, and the purchase of a 14-passenger activity van not to exceed a total purchase price of $300,000.
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Cook?
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons. Aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. The school bus purchase not to exceed $300,000 is approved. Third item of new business is the discussion of the Crown Community Development Tax Increment Financing in Sugar Grove, the TIF. Dr. Rowling.
Yeah, so I think everybody's aware of the TIF and the implications. We've shared previously the Sugar Grove's plan with the board. We have worked to try to negotiate with Sugar Grove. We have what we believe is probably their last best offer. Mr. Flory is going to share with us where they are and then answer any questions the board might have. We are not asking the board to take action this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rawling. Good evening. Good to see you again. As Dr. Rawling said, we've been working with the city's attorney, the TIF attorney, to try to hammer out the best version of the intergovernmental agreement that we think we will get out of the village. And that's what's presented before you. This will be discussed with the village board later this week or next week. We're here to discuss it tonight, and then it would be on the agenda for approval if the board wants to move in that direction. So let me highlight what we have in the agreement.
Okay, let me just, may I?
Sure, jump in with any questions.
Is there anything that they're offering to us that we wouldn't be entitled to by statute?
Yes.
Significantly greater than what we'd be entitled to? Because I'm looking at school tuition payments, and remember, this is just estimated. They're not guaranteeing any of this. There's no assurance at all. I read through it. I see none. School tuition payments, that's set by statute, correct?
It is except for...
It's a capitation based upon number of students, correct?
It is except for the statute is vague about the net concept, meaning if there's a new student that comes from the TIF district, however your population doesn't increase, you would not receive any tuition for that student. This agreement eliminates that net concept, so any new student that comes from the TIF district, you're going to receive tuition for regardless if your population is decreasing. That's a $95 million value over the life of the TIF if it turns out by your own words, if it turns out that all those students come from the TIF district.
If it turns out, all right, estimated, it's not guaranteed, correct?
You can't have any guarantee with a TIF.
Whoa. There have been some TIF agreements where they have had guarantees.
You can't have a guarantee unless you don't know if the houses will be built, if the students will come from those houses. So from this category, you cannot have a guarantee that they're going to pay you if the homes aren't built. We have many TIFs where they have grand plans for homes and projections of students, and it doesn't turn out, and the TIF fails.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have that value given your projection of your student population decrease over the life of the TIF. If there are that many students that come from the TIF, that's about a $95 million payment that you would not have been entitled to under the TIF statute. Then you have impact fees of $850,000. You have school land cash fees of $1.8 million. And then the TIF surplus of 10% that they've allocated towards all local governments of $26 million. Overall, $125 million over the life of the TIF. So as you said, those the tuition payments would be something that you're not entitled to. The impact fees, land cash fees, and TIF surplus are all part of the plan that the village originally approved when they approved the development agreement in the TIF district. So you're not receiving any, that's not part of what they're giving you, but it is something important to keep in mind whether you decide to enter into an intergovernmental agreement or if you decide to challenge the TIF. If you challenge the TIF, and we can talk about that later as needed, and you were successful, all of that would disappear. So you would not receive the tuition payments, obviously, you would not receive impact fees, land cash fees, or the TIF surplus of $26 million.
And over how many years would these payments be made?
These payments are, there's a schedule, it's over the life of the TIF,
How many years is that?
23 years. I can give you the first payments occur in,
And it could be extended, couldn't it?
if it's extended, your approval is required, along with every other local government. So it starts off at 44,000, small numbers in year 2, 185,000, 358,000, then jumps to over $500,000, $800,000, $1 million, and gradually increases 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.45 through the life of the TIF. So obviously this is an investment to the future. Between the housing costs, which is basically there's going to be no cost to you for any new students that come in due to the TIF, but at the same time you're going to receive significant TIF surplus payments going forward and they grow as the TIF gets larger. So this is a hard question, obviously, controversial topic. This is the best deal. I've worked hard with the city attorney, village attorney. We've gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I pushed for more payments. She wouldn't agree. It was hard enough to get the netting out. And this eliminating the net population growth is not something that you get easily. So it was hard fought for, and we got it for you, and that was one of the directions that you wanted us to achieve. It's a very valuable component of this agreement. Now, I understand you may have personal thoughts about this TIF district, and that's understandable. But as I always tell my school clients, you wear two hats, your personal hat and your school board hat. And for the school board hat, you have to look at this, is this a financial gain and in the best interest of the school district, particularly with the financial problems that you talked about for the most part of the meeting. This is one way to increase the revenue for the school district over the long term without any cost, because the only cost that comes from any development is the cost of students that aren't always offset by the property tax payments. So this eliminates that risk, and at the same time you're getting that 10% up to $1 million per year revenue as the TIF grows.
But it's all based on the assumption that the project goes through as they propose and they plan.
That's all you can do with TIFs, as we've talked about. TIFs fail, TIFs succeed wildly. Nobody can project or guarantee what this would be, but if it does succeed at a portion of that, you're still going to get the 10% of the TIF value every year.
Mr. Fleury, have you done any research into the validity of the TIF in terms of, if we were to go to litigation?
Yeah, if you challenge the TIF, I believe, in my opinion, you have a very good chance of succeeding. What that would do would stop the TIF. So we'd have farmland, which you're receiving, I think, $1,700 an acre is the assessed value. Relatively low numbers from that property. And I think that is a reflection of the 10%. The village knows that this isn't a slam dunk. And to accommodate for that, they're offering the 10% to all the taxing districts of the TIF value as a payment. Now, obviously we've negotiated above and beyond that with eliminating the net concept under the student tuition payments.
And what percentage is the village keeping?
I'm sorry?
What percentage of the surplus?
10.
The village is keeping 10?
Every taxing district gets, 10% is divided among the taxing bodies.
Oh, it's divided among, but Sugar Grove, what percentage are they receiving?
Sugar Grove is receiving, so the way they have it structured is 80% goes into the TIF funds, 10% is surplus directly to Sugar Grove. The other 10% is prorated amongst the other taxing bodies, so Sugar Grove is keeping 10%.
Correct, as well as the increased valuation of the property, as well as essentially all of the public works, the water, sewer, whatever, to increase the value.
The infrastructure that they pay, that comes from the TIF.
That's what they would be using their 10% for, is to pay for the water, sewer, roads, sidewalks, streetlights, et cetera.
So if you said we had a shot at going to litigation, I mean, this is the first time I've heard you say that. I mean, how drawn out, what would that all entail, or?
So TIF litigation is expensive and long. Most of the times the school districts lose those cases. So this is a case where I'd rather be representing you than the city. And I'm not saying they're doing anything illegal. The TIF statute is very vague. They believe this is an appropriate TIF. We have different opinions. We're agreeing to disagree, and that's why we were able to negotiate an intergovernmental agreement, which I believe is very favorable to the district. So you would be talking, just to get through trial, $250,000 in legal fees. That probably would last 3 to 5 years. Then there would be appeals, and then to the appellate court, which would be as a matter of right, and possibly to the Supreme Court. So you'd be looking at 7 to 10 years, and with the appeals, you'd probably be looking at another $100,000 at least, which would put you at about $350,000 to $400,000.
I was approached by a member of the community regarding this, and so I wanted to ask you, because you're our attorney, we've hired to represent us. The concept of potentially filing a complaint with the Attorney General's office over the validity of the blighted portion of the land being TIF eligible. Is that a concept you're familiar with, and/or is it something that would be an option without having to go to litigation?
No, the way to challenge this would be through litigation. That's how, every time it's a school district versus city or village, it's in the courts. The courts have the only power to overrule the village's decision.
And the basis of their claim that the land is blighted is because it's in a flood plain, or it's subject to flooding?
Correct, that's correct. They have, their TIF consultant has come to the conclusion.
Okay, has the US EPA been notified that they're planning to develop something by their own admission is a wetland?
I do not know.
Okay. Would WADA apply to this?
Yeah.
Waters of the US?
Yes.
Would it apply to this land?
Probably, depending on the extent. If it's already been declared in the floodplain, then yes.
By their own admission?
Yes.
So WADAs would apply?
Well, again, they would have to, with any development, you have to take into account what you're doing with water, flooded areas. You can't, luckily, all of our county water detention policies are strong to prevent flooding of neighboring properties, so they would have to account for that with detention or retention ponds.
So that is really the
storage.
responsibility of people of Sugar Grove. That is not our responsibility. Our responsibility is right now is, do we take this litigation or not? And for us to spend that much money, at the end of the day, even when we take them to litigation, we win and stuff like that, we're just killing the deal, right?
Correct.
And so we're spending a lot of money
Or
up front.
perhaps we're strengthening our bargaining position. Very well. Especially if it is subject to WADAs to.
I get that, but there's other factors, there's other people more than just the school district that needs to have buy-in on this. The weight of us.
Well, who would that be?
I mean, somebody made the comment about the election and, voting them out, and the Sugar Grove people have to step up and do that part of it. I guess I want to be, Mr. Fleury made the comment of, like, our personal, none of us agree with this. Well, none of us, but our Board of Education hat is, we're looking to cut other spots, but we're going to put money up front for litigation. And then at the end of the day, yes, we might get our money back.
But we might not. These are just estimates. There's nothing guaranteed in here. They haven't made.
I agree.
And these are people who routinely warp the truth 100%. To suit their ends. Yeah. So I just don't,
I guess my thing is I don't want the burden.
I believe that, the estimate, what they're telling us, and their track record shows that they are terrible with the truth. They have a hard time with the truth.
That's what I'm trying to balance is the agreement. I agree that we'll probably never see those numbers. I totally understand that. But the burden on us to fight this fight what is the outcome for us besides, we're never, like you said, we're never going to get those numbers, or we're going to kill it, and we're definitely never going to get, we're never going to see anything. So the ultimate goal of everybody is to stop them, and so is the pathway to stop them through us? I don't think it should be through us. It shouldn't be.
I'm saying we have a chance I believe we have a chance at a higher surplusage than just, 10% is what they offered at the very beginning.
So you're looking.
I mean, they're not, you know, I'm trying to strengthen our bargaining position.
I apologize.
I'm trying to strengthen our bargaining position because their last offer was the same essentially as their first offer.
So you're talking about going to litigation to increase our numbers, not to kill it.
Well, if it kills it, all the property is prime property. You go up and down I-88, something that they, by their own admission, go back to last January's meeting, they had no idea what was taking place other directions down I-88. They had no clue. In fact, this TIF has changed their warehouses, data center, truck stop. Let's go through, I mean, they don't have a clue. And we're supposed to believe their numbers based upon people who, by their own admission, don't have a freaking clue.
So for your perspective, if we go to litigation, how are we, those numbers, they're not going to ever agree. How are they going to be forced to increase that surplus? I guess there's going to be more money spent with lawyers and all that stuff. And I guess at the end of the day, outcome for our students, you know.
To one of your points, Ms. Simmons, I do, Mrs. Simmons, excuse me. I do think the responsibility does fall on us in that we're the largest taxing body affected by this TIF. And, you know, honestly, we're essentially the big dog in the fight here because the other taxing bodies are not owed, do not deserve as a ratio the same. And so I get where you're coming from, but if there's going to be a fight, it to some extent falls on our shoulders. Where I struggle is that we're essentially, right now, the last estimate I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bogan, roughly give or take $35,000 we net from that land. I heard 50 initially, but I think we net
$53,000 from that.
Okay, because I heard 35, anyway, so 53,000, right? So these numbers that Mr. Flory has given us is all based on this perfect scenario that they develop. We're giving X amount away. Not only are we giving that money, we're foregoing it, not giving it away before going it, but we're spending money to fight it. But to Mr. Mankivski's point, you know, I mean, we're looking at, what, 5 years before we start seeing any decent money? What if it develops in 5 years? It's still a valuable piece of property, you know, and think about what we could receive in lieu of. Not to mention, there's the I keep going, and these are just my internal struggles, but I keep going to the moral aspect in that these TIFs are being abused left and right in the state of Illinois. And for us to just agree with it, I think is to some extent immoral. You know, that's not the true intent of a TIF.
I mean, they're taking taxpayer money, corporate welfare for billionaires, millions taken on the backs of our students. It's millions on the backs, taken on the backs of our students, given to billionaires. And you know what? If it's done right, if it benefits everybody to the equal extent, that's fine. That would be some of these private developments, and you see private developments up and down I-88 both ways. For heaven's sakes, even DeKalb had private development along its stretch of I-88 that they didn't have to TIF to do. Aurora did it. Warrenville did it. Naperville did it. DuPage County did it.
Yeah, my thing is, I just want to make sure, like you said, we are the biggest group in this. And yes, it would be a heavy weight if we say stop and we go this direction and stuff like that. I just want to make sure before I put it in the backs and put our money out for this, that there's nobody ahead of us that should be doing this fight before us. I want to cross every line off first before and say, okay, if it's the election, if the people in Sugar Grove need to step up and do stuff. I think it's just been a little bit easier for people to say you are the biggest group, so you put yourself out there first. When is there, I don't know, I need to be more educated on that end of it. Is there somebody else out there, other groups that need to be fighting this fight before us, so we don't put it on the backs of our students?
Well, and to your point, it is the responsibility of Sugar Grove. It is. At the end of the day, night and day, it's the responsibility of Sugar Grove. But Sugar Grove is doing what Sugar Grove's doing, and now they're putting us in this position.
I know.
So I don't disagree with that.
So I don't know what that looks
And
like,
do you
I guess.
trust the competence of the, given the discussions that we had, when they come into this meeting, their evasive and non-answers, or their lack of knowledge, do you trust them to be able to pull this off? I mean, because these numbers depend upon that. They're just estimates. They're just, you know, pulling numbers out of whatever orifice you want to say. That, I don't, you know, quite frankly, go back last January's meeting when Jen Conan was here and Scott Keppel. Talk about a bunch of non-answers or no knowledge whatsoever. They don't have a clue. Heaven help the poor people of Sugar Grove, because they're going to end up like Bridgeview. Let's go through a series of failed TIFs that are on the backs of property tax owners, property taxpayers in communities. It just, I understand your point. This really shouldn't be our fight alone. Unfortunately, there's a lot of chicken hawks out there. You know, people will run their mouths, you know, with grips of, tenuous grips on reality at the same time. As far as this goes, we don't see this for a long time, and this depends upon the competence, basic competence of the folks in Sugar Grove, of which
So can I ask timing-wise of all this, and I don't even know. So like the election is coming, and so if the people that are there in Sugar Grove make a change and that board changes, is that significant enough and that's gonna alter this? Or is this something that is after the fact, like we have to make decisions now before that even happens? Or is it something we can wait until and see how things shake out?
So if we say no, if we just, no, I mean, I'm just gonna give you my opinion, I'm done. From hearing the professor today, the emails, I absolutely 100% refuse any agreement with them. Absolutely not. I'd rather do 7 to 10 years, fight them, lose 250,000, they lose, they pack their bags, a new developer comes in, we get revenue right away as soon as they build. That's where I'm at. I mean, if we do start and we do like litigation, you start the process, I mean, what's the starting, I mean.
Yeah, can you explain the timeline? Is it something, again, like, we're not denying, you know, we're the biggest group here, and so, but if, you know, can Sugar Grove make their first move, or the people of Sugar Grove make the move first? Is the election, or is that timing just too off, and we have to make decisions sooner?
So at some point, if you're going to file a lawsuit challenging it, you would have to do that within a reasonable time frame before they start to incur costs related to the TIF district, right? The first steps are infrastructure expenditures by the village. At some point, you can't sit on your rights. If you're going to challenge it, you would have to challenge it within a reasonable time frame.
What's that time frame?
Couple months.
Or do you even have an idea?
Beyond 6 months, I think would be a problem.
Okay.
And when's the April election?
Pardon me?
The April election's kind of far off in a way.
Do their representations that they made to us here in terms of these estimates rise to the level where it sets up an estoppel situation where we can hold them to them in Chancery?
No, it all depends on, it has to develop, the development has to occur, right? They're representing to the best of their ability. They're not guaranteeing anything.
I know, but those representations can rise to that level, can't they?
It can, but estoppel against the local government is hard to do.
So they can pull the numbers out from whatever.
Well, their projections based on their consultants, and their projections, again, at this point, now that the village has approved it, the development agreement, it's turning over the development to the developer. The developer is really controlling things going forward, the success or failure of it, whether they're able to attract the businesses that they want to. So in a sense, it's Crown that's driving this train now, the success or failure. The village will be there, and if Crown takes the steps it projects it will, it still has to obtain financing for these developments, and if that comes through and they have the business, then the city will step in and start to spend money on infrastructure. So I'd say it's more of in the hands of the developer than the villages as far as success or failure.
Are these numbers from Crown or
I'm sorry?
from the village?
Pardon me?
Are the numbers that have been presented to us, are they from Crown or from the village?
I don't know that exact answer, but you could not do it without Crown's assistance. Crown and the village have been negotiating the development agreement. They have their TIF consultant. Crown projects, here's what our development is going to occur. Here's the value of that development. So really, I would say it's mainly in Crown's.
So Crown is making the representation to us,
Correct. About the values of its development. And the villages looked at it and said that these are reasonable enough that we're willing to enter into the redevelopment agreement.
So my question is, if we do end up going to litigation, $250,000, 5 to 7 years later, say we lose, what are we actually still entitled to at that point? Because we're still entitled to something as a taxing body, right?
So even with the TIF district, you're still going to receive the money that you were receiving from that property. So the $50-some thousand it generates, you'll receive that during the TIF district. Without the TIF district, you'll receive it.
That's it, though?
That's it.
Okay, so none of this other stuff, if there's
Nothing.
new student, nothing else?
No.
This is just negotiations after the fact?
You have to think, is this going to develop without the assistance? Clearly, the village doesn't think so. Between the last time they went forward with the TIF to this time, the development hasn't occurred, while you've seen development all over. So I don't know why it's not developing without assistance. Infrastructure is usually the most difficult part and the most expensive part, and it may not be profitable without that infrastructure payment by the village. So that's probably why it didn't develop.
Hold on. So just to clarify,
Yeah,
I apologize because maybe I heard, this is how I heard your question. If we go to litigation, we lose, the court says the TIF is valid, and, we were in the wrong, we're still entitled to the state minimum, right? We're still entitled to that revenue.
So you would receive the 10% they've allocated.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's what I was
Okay,
asking.
I'm sorry, what you wouldn't receive is the net student issue. So you'd lose about $95 million over the life of the TIF if it develops according to those numbers.
Okay, but we'd still be entitled to the rest of the stuff on here. The
Correct.
TIF surplus wouldn't change anything.
Correct.
All right, we'd still have the school land cash fees and the impact fees.
Right, of the 125 million value of what the village is giving you, 95 of that would go away.
95 million would go away?
Yes, 95 million,
Because of the net circumstance of tuition.
correct.
So that would, because if they develop right now, we get no students, then we still get surplus land cash and impact fees without actually taking on any kind of cost because we don't have any students, right? But if we do fail and there is residential and there is students that end up coming in, then we're not going to see those tuition fees.
We would potentially see tuition fees if we had a net growth because of, so if a kid moves into the TIF area and a kid moves out of Elburn, then we get nothing, right? That's essentially the gift that they gave.
Yep.
Or if you just don't grow the students from, nobody moves out, but people don't have kids, or they age and they stop having kids. There's a lot of reason why you have negative population growth.
Questions? Comments? Once, twice? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flory.
Thank you.
There's no action necessary for tonight. There's no action necessary tonight for the Crown Development TIF in Sugar Grove. It is now time for the Superintendent Board Report. Dr. Rowland.
Just a couple highlights. Recently, Mr. Rollman discussed the signing day at Kaneland High School. I was able to stop by for part of that. It was a great opportunity for our kids. Excited to see what they do at the next level. We do have a Kaneland Connects meeting on Thursday at 5 p.m. at KMAC, if anyone is interested in joining us. I want to thank the Elburn Lions. They hosted a viewing of Moana 2 at the Sycamore Theater for our students over winter break, and it was a great experience for all. I was an opportunity to be there, and I want to thank them for their commitment to our students. And then thanks to the efforts of Mr. Chavez, we have scheduled 7 town halls to help inform the public about the referendum during the months of February and March. We'll be meeting later this week to develop more of the promotion calendar and publicity plan. So we plan to bring a more formal update to the board during the next meeting. I'll pass it off to Dr. Bogan.
Yes, I will be quick. I did want to update the board. I spoke with Chief Tyndall at Caneville Fire, and he had a few updates. They are scheduled for their first EMT course graduation on March 1st, and this is anticipated to increase their EMS staff by approximately 10. The Board of Trustees for Caneville Fire is also planning to move forward with securing overnight accommodations for in-house staffing. And he did share with me that staff is excited about moving forward with 24-hour staffing at the department. Chief Tyndall and I are working on continuing training and preparations for the summer exercise and reunification. And Caneville Fire and Chief Tyndall and their EMS team are also assisting the district with ongoing training requirements. They're new for the cardiac emergency response plan. I did just want to notify the board that we do have a health insurance committee meeting this week. It is from 4 to 5:30 p.m. at the district office. We do anticipate having our first projections for the annual renewal at that meeting. And then I did want to share Kane County, the Regional Office of Education has secured some additional funding related to McKinney-Vento students. So those are students experiencing homelessness. And so their coordinator reached out to me and let me know that they have allocated just over $1,000 to the district for us to be able to spend on winter coats, boots, scarves, hats, school supplies, hygiene products for McKinney-Vento students here in the district. So I'll be working with principals and their teams to make sure that we're appropriately ordering the things that are most needed for them. And then last but not least, we have had some questions that I did want to clarify from the public and from the board with regards to debt restructuring, the bonds at Harder, and how that, we've talked about with the ballot question approval that approximately $140.3 million that we'll be asking the public to vote for. How is it that there is no increase to the tax and interest levy? And so I did just want to provide a little bit more information about that. We will be having sort of a one-page frequently asked questions. We're also working with PMA to develop some graphics around that, and then our Director of Communications, Mr. Chavez, is also working on some videos that PMA has offered to be a part of as well, to hopefully make all of that information really clear. After February 1st of this year, the district will have approximately $36.6 million left on the Harder bonds still to pay, which are due to fall off in 2029. What we've done to say, okay, we want to keep everyone's tax payment flat so it doesn't increase or it doesn't decrease, we are restructuring or essentially refinancing approximately $14.2 million of that existing debt. And that's why there's going to be no increase to the tax and interest bond levy, because that existing debt that we currently have will be pushed out. Really, just like if you were, refinancing, we are pushing that out. And so there will be additional interest, there's additional payments. We really looked at it and said, okay, what's the offset there, right? And so we moved forward with that plan, with that restructuring, because we believe that the cost of those additional payments is less than the escalation cost that we're seeing on the projects by waiting that additional time to do that. So in the long run, those additional payments, even though it's more, it's less than the additional cost of those projects by waiting to do them. So again, more information will be coming to the board and also for the public, but ultimately it means that there is a commitment from the district that there is no increase on the bond and interest tax levy as a result of this referendum. And those are my updates.
Okay. Ms. Slattery.
I'll keep my spiel fairly short. This week, 8th graders are touring the high school on Tuesday and Thursday morning. Recommended students are leading the tours throughout the high school, along with a panel of qualified students, talking to them about their various interests and extracurricular activities they do that are offered. Some sports updates include varsity girls basketball beating Morris last Friday at home, and varsity boys basketball beating Taylorville on Saturday at the historic Dolph Stanley Court down in central Illinois. Another highlight included is Thursday, the wrestling program beat Sycamore at Sycamore High School 41-11. Finally, the Kaneland Criers' third full issue of the year comes out this Thursday. The Criers staff is currently in their competition season and is sending their work to various competitions that look over stories, photography, cartooning, and designs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything from the board? Okay, moving forward, we'll go into topics for future agendas.
Yeah, I have one. It was an email that was just recently brought up about weighted grades. I'd like to know where we stand as a school as far as the enhanced courses. And I truly believe that if a student is in an enhanced course, that they are working harder. I do believe their grades should be weighted. There should be something on their transcripts that reflect that. I would like to see if again, I don't know when the grades are weighted. Is there a particular grade? Do the enhanced courses eventually bring you into the AP, or how that works? But I would love to work with these students to make sure that their transcripts are reflective when they do apply for college. But I would like to see where our grade structure is right now, and if it does need to improve.
Yeah, I know Dr. Horn is working on some of that. I can have him bring an update to the board in a future meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to see an update on where we are on the elementary curriculum.
We will be having
What's the status? Where are we at?
we'll be having a presentation that'll address some of that at the next meeting.
Next meeting?
It will address some of that, not all of it. We are,
What part are they going to address?
we'll be talking about some next steps related to ELA and literacy. We are in the process right now of, we did a survey and some feedback meetings with our elementary teachers right before break. We're in the process of doing that right now with our secondary teachers so that we can move forward in a manner that involves teacher voice. So once that process is wrapped up, then we'll be able to bring back some clearer direction.
Any other topics? We're good? Okay. And since you're just going to add that, we don't need to, for the weighted grades, we don't need to do because you're just going to have Dr. Horn.
Yeah, I'll just have,
We generally do a consensus.
give a quick update.
Okay. Okay, well then we'll proceed to the next portion of public comments. So, keeping in mind the same rules, if you will, as stated before, 3 minutes, no more than 30 minutes total length of time with 20 minutes for any one subject. So we'll start off with Laura Ekstrom.
Hello, my name's Laura Ekstrom. I live in the village of Virgil, and I'm here to talk to you about KIPLA. I was glad to hear that there was more to the decision to move the building than just staffing concerns. The
$500,000 in HVAC renovations that are needed brings new light and changes some opinions on how I feel about the move. While I think that this is something that could work well, we do have some concerns on the programming and keeping the integrity of the fully personalized learning model at the traditional school buildings. One of my biggest concerns right now is the repeated anxiety that we have as parents of KIPLA students with our programs having strife each year, and just remaining in the fortitude of believing in the model. It's a little rough. I want to urge the administration and the school board to come up with a solid plan as soon as possible in order to eliminate some of those anxieties on how this new programming will work in John Shields and Harder Middle School. One of my biggest concerns is how the space will work, whether we have the space to keep our learning models the same, whether we have space at Shields for a classroom of 40+ students, whether if the TIF does pass and increases the student population at Shields, we will continue to have that space available. The Pathways program instead of specialties is really important to the model of KIPLA. How is that going to work? Do we still have a Pathways teacher? Or are they expected to go to the regular specialty classes? And are those instructors going to teach them in a personalized learning model? And do they have the knowledge to do that? Transportation is also a concern. I live all the way on the north side of the district. My kids already ride the bus for over an hour for a school that's 5 minutes away. Shields is 25 minutes away. How long are my kids going to be riding on a bus? And then I also have concerns about the SPED teacher being eliminated. I heard that there's only 2 KIPLA students in the elementary level that have IEPs. I have 2 KIPLA students in the elementary levels that both have IEPs, so I find it hard to believe that my 2 students are the only ones that have IEP needs at the elementary level. So I would challenge that and make sure that those are, obviously those are state mandated needs, but I would make sure that we're actually going to be eliminating that person. So thank you, and hopefully we can come up with a plan soon. And if you need any input, let me know. I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Hope Paslaus? Pascas, excuse me, sorry.
Right. Hello, I'm Hope Pascas. I'm the LRC Director at Kaneland Harder Middle School, also known as the school librarian. I am here to speak for the library because I'm the only one in that room who can do that. I'm going to skip around a little bit, so it's here for you. But I do want to make it known that as the LRC Director here at the school, I was not provided any information about this plan ahead of time until Tuesday, nor was I given any clear answer about what data was used about the position's elimination. I still have many questions that are unanswered. How much actual savings will result from replacing me as with an LRC assistant, meaning a paraprofessional? Are those actual savings in the equations? Will the middle school LRC budget be reduced to the level of what our elementary schools have? I'm pretty upset, sorry. One thing that I want you to know is that I was never no one reached out to me about this at all. No one asked me for data, no one asked for reports, no one asked me to help. I could have helped our building reduce our budget. I could have helped our district meet their goals. If you would like to talk about student-facing programs, I can tell you in my first year, last year in this position, I taught at least 500 students one lesson on database usage. That does not happen in the regular classroom with the teacher. I go into the classroom and I teach that my first year, which means I can do a whole lot more. I also supported a minimum of 9 ELA teachers within this building with those lessons, along with other lessons that they have done, research, presentations, and such. We also have over 300 book club sets within our library, which have been selected in collaboration with classroom teachers to use within book clubs and lit circles. I know those titles and can help teachers find new titles for their assignments. So here's a short list of things that I can do for our district. I can be a learning facilitator, a co-teacher, a program administrator, and a curriculum designer. And if you do cut this position, I would say that's going to impact our KIPLA students, because I'm a perfect person to work with personalized learning. I will also let you know that if you cut this position, you will put us in the same bracket as Geneva and Aurora East by not filling this position. Every other district does minimum with an LRC director.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Heather Barbosa. Oh, she left, okay. Okay, then Amy Corbett.
Hi, my name is Amy Corbett, and I live in Elburn. And I have a son who's in 6th grade at KIPLA, as well as a daughter in 3rd grade at Blackberry Creek. I want to challenge the school district to be held accountable for their budget, their reserves, their strategic plan, even when costs are rising. We've heard a lot of people talk about the excellence of our students in the district, and I really feel like that's at mercy in this proposal. In terms of KIPLA, I don't know how you can come to a meeting or send out something, you know, a week ago without any details of what this is going to look like. It left a lot of questions for you all to have to ask. It leaves a lot of questions for us as parents to try and understand what it's going to look like. You asked, if you vote on this, what are the assurances? There are none. You can't make a decision in 2 weeks. You already admitted that. That's what happened to high school last year. You asked people to go back, make a plan, and come back and present it, and they just basically told you why it couldn't happen. So I also want to know if there's any enrollment thresholds like there were for high school last year. It appears that you're looking for the program to naturally disintegrate when it's housed in other buildings unless you share how exactly it's going to look and thrive. $247,000 in staffing doesn't make a huge difference. You just approved buying buses where those are student-facing positions, and without them it seems like the school is destined to fail. It doesn't matter where it's located. We need our teachers, counselors, MTSS staff to make our kids successful. So again, I'd encourage you to keep those teacher or those student-facing roles. I found it, and I think you noticed, a lot of teachers left when you asked, are teachers even being cut? Yes, MTSS, they're full certified teachers. The other thing I would ask is, how is deferring maintenance on the HVAC at KIPLA make any sense? You just deferred maintenance on the track, and you all just about crapped your pants to sign to get it replaced because there was a lawsuit. So I want to know how reducing the building budget is also going to help keep things operational. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, Joey Corbett.
Hi, I'm Joey Corbett. I'm in 6th grade and I go to Kipla. Some of the reasons I want to keep Kipla where it is because I know there's a lot of students in like 4th, 5th, sometimes 3rd that are working at higher levels. Like I said last year, I was in 5th grade and I was working at 6th, 7th grade levels, and I had the opportunity to work up and work with those kids in those grade levels, and I was able to grow even more than I would at a different school. And it even shows on my iReady tests. Like, I was scoring barely over 515, and then when I just took the last test, I scored 545. And I've made a huge growth, and same for ELA. I was scoring barely over 600, and then at the beginning of the year, I scored 656. And I've just been growing and growing because I have the opportunity to work ahead. But if we split it up, then those kids won't get to work with, like, say, Emma, say she is working at a higher level. How will she work at, like, the middle school level without any middle school help? I get it, there's gonna be, like, some costs that, like, it'll cost for us to stay, but, I mean, it's us learning in our own ways, and we shouldn't change that, because we should always make sure the kids are learning instead of getting, like, held back. Like, at first, I felt like I was getting held back, because I knew a lot more, and I was showing it on all my tests, and then when I went to Kipla, I was able to go up, like I said, and now I'm working at 7th, 8th grade levels in math, 8th grade levels in ELA. I've just been growing and growing, and that's what learning is. It's not staying at one grade level and not doing anything. It's growing and keep pushing yourself until you get it. And then you push yourself to the next level. But like I said, like, if we have them split up, it's also going to be harder for transportation because, like, for me, it already takes me like an hour-ish just to get to my house, and my mom could just drive me to school, and I sometimes allow it when it's like when she subs, and it takes me like 15 minutes, 5 minutes. It doesn't take long, but it's just hard because, like, if I was going to go here next year for the academy, it'll be a longer bus ride because there's going to be a lot more kids from the academy going to Harder to be there, and a lot of kids moving into Harder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Corbett. Okay, next up we have Megan Wasano.
Hi, guys. I know budgets is a word that makes most of us cringe, even at our own home. And I know we heard a lot of things tonight that are going to be very disappointing if implemented, and some were even a very, very hard pill to swallow. I do appreciate our district is working hard to be fiscally responsible. I know there's a budget. I know we have to show the state that we're working towards it over the next few years. And I know we're making a significant effort to stay in that budget. I don't know all the inner workings of your decisions. Like one of the things the board member brought up, I don't know everyone's history, and I don't know how seniority comes into play with new positions being created or people to bring around. I think if the community got to understand some of that, it would be an easier pill to swallow. But again, we don't know the inner workings. I wish I could say, please don't do any of this, but I know that's not realistic. I know tough cuts have to be made, and I know you're working to think outside the box to do that. But again, some of the cuts are disappointing, but one's very concerning, and that's the loss of the interventionists at the grade school, the MTSS teachers, just as you guys had brought up too. I know you've heard me mention a few times, when we look at test scores, we can see that we're not performing where we want to be. And I'm so happy that we're looking at curriculum as one of the solutions to fix that test score problem. But at the same time, I'm really nervous to take away the MTSS teachers, which are part of the supports helping to get us to where we are or can be and moving forward. Elementary is such a time where we create our foundation for the reading and math that'll help the rest of the learning as we go, and it scares me that so many cuts are there. For example, one of the things I wanted to tell you right now at the kindergarten level, I can speak to that, I have 2 kids in kindergarten. There's 3 kindergarten teachers at Blackberry Creek and 1 MTSS teacher joins in at math time, so they take those 3 classrooms, split it up into 4 different levels, like a high, 2 at grade level, and 1 that needs support. And the students go to the level they need, they get the interventions at their level every day for math. This is how math functions. So that extra teacher isn't just helping a couple kids, it allows us to challenge the kids who are above grade level. It allows us to have smaller class sizes to teach math to the kids at level, and it provides that individualized education and intervention for the kids that need it. So the MTSS teachers aren't just a reading teacher that someone goes to. When used well, they are an integral part of everyone's education, not just the struggling kids, even the kids that we want to challenge. And as an individualized learning community, and I know everyone can't go to KIPLA, but that's something that I in K-12 education actually brag to my peers and friends about. Like, look what Kaneland does. They split up math at the kindergarten level even. Like, that is a good thing we have going, and I would hate to lose that. Again, I know I'm the test scores curriculum lady, but this is an area where I hate to lose those like the student-facing positions that actually can make a difference.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Mary Patton. She left. Okay, thank you. Next up we have, oh man, forgive me. Okay. Arwood and Nat, Ark? Okay.
Good evening, I'm Amy Arwood-Mark, and that's my husband, Johan Arwood-Mark. We are parents in the district. We live in Elburn. We have an 11-year-old son, and there was a little bit of talk in the beginning about wanting things to go back to how it was before COVID. For us before COVID in 2019, after years of early intervention services, our son was finally received a diagnosis, which we took to John Stewart Elementary, and we were told point blank to our face that the school didn't have the money or the resources to support him. So we took it upon ourselves to enroll him in a private school at a very great financial cost to us. And we kept him there until it didn't work for us financially or for him emotionally. And we didn't really know what to do other than the fact that our kid had to be in school because that's what kids have to do. And we found KIPLA, and after talking to Mrs. Garland, we toured the school. We felt very positive about this change. Michael has been at KIPLA for a week now. For reference, at the previous school, he struggled so much that he only attended 3 weeks of 5th grade before we pulled him out. That was once in September, once in November, and once in December. He's been at KIPLA now for a week, and we've seen an incredible transformation in him for the first time in a long time. Michael is happy, he's engaged, and he's excited about school and has hope for his own future. KIPLA has provided him with a sense of belonging and the individualized support that he needs to thrive. I understand that the district is facing budget challenges, but relocating and reducing KIPLA's resources risks disrupting the very foundation of what makes this program effective. The dedicated staff, supportive community, and specialized environment are essential for students like Michael. I urge the board to consider revising these changes to ensure that the program can continue to meet the needs of its students. Because the biggest question of all is, how will the district ensure that the relocated program provides the same level of support and services and buildings that are already overcrowded? To a parent who's already heard, we don't have the resources to help your kid. Now you're going to change it and make it how it was before. Will he get help? Will he graduate? Will he thrive? Can he take care of himself once he becomes an adult? Michael's happiness and success depends on opportunities that KIPLA offers, and I ask you to prioritize the needs of the students who rely on this vital program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Arwood-Mark, you signed up. Was that you? You, Amy? So next up then we have Tonya Grosinger.
Tonya Grosinger from Maple Park, so I'll make this as quick as possible. Budget, I get it. $4.2 million deficit, we can't function like that. We've got to fix it, and I'm all for that. My problem is where we want to change things and where we want to remove things. I have 2 children who should have gotten MTSS services last year and didn't. So now to tell me as a parent who's now trying to figure that out in another school year, how I'm going to make that work next year with more limited services, it gives me high anxiety. My kids are the ones who, because they were a little bit more advanced, they were just, well, they're at their grade level, they're hitting their marks, and they were left to their own devices and to teach themselves and to help their friends learn. So to limit MTSS doesn't work. I have ideas. I've mentioned them to some of you, but instructional coaches are, again, this is not personal. I know none of these people personally, but instructional coaches, MTSS coordinators maybe, they don't work day to day with our kids, but the MTSS interventionists do. We have 2 people for, let me look, hold on, I took a picture of it so I could remember. 2 people doing payroll administrator work. As far as what their responsibilities are, they both have payroll, W-4s, and direct deposits. We have an accounts payable administrator and an accounts payable specialist. Again, to me, the jobs vary a little bit, but there are other positions out there that you can look towards to eliminate and leave the people that work with our kids every single day. If you want our test scores to get any higher, removing the people that teach our children, not the answer. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Corey Laster. No? Once, twice? Okay. All right then, next up Carolyn Kinsella, excuse me.
Good evening, I'm Carolyn Kinsella, and I am not a member of this district. I am representing the Association of Illinois School Library Educators. I am the executive secretary for that organization. It's the only organization in the state that represents school librarians. School libraries, you've cut them in the elementary, and you still have one in the high school, ISBE. You should have received an extensive email from the advocacy chair from ISLE. I hope that you have a chance to read that if you have not yet. In there are many, many links to official documents, including the ones that have 30 years of studies that show that any school that has a licensed librarian has improved reading scores. All scores across the board, but reading scores in particular. Also in there is information from the ISBE recommendations for standards for school librarians. And in there it says from the ISBE that they're recommended for 1 licensed librarian for every 450 students in elementary and middle, and 1 licensed librarian for every 600 in the high school. If you eliminate, since you've already eliminated the elementary libraries years ago, now that you have no librarian in the middle school, you will have 1 licensed librarian for the entire student population, over 3,800 students. In this area of challenges, who's making the selections? Who is selection? Who's trained to select and then teach those materials? When you have a reconsideration, it should be the librarian on the front line, the person who has that coursework. Who teaches media literacy, the fake news, AI, how to use it? That's the skill of the librarian. That is the person who should be doing this from K through 12, so that we have an informed electorate, so that we have the children, the students, who know how to make the difference, who can discern what is right, what is true, and what is not. It's harder every year. We know that. We've seen it ourselves. We know that household budgets and it's difficult to cut, but a licensed librarian, just like the principal, works with every student and every teacher, collaborates on curriculum. If you put in the assistant, that assistant cannot teach, they do not collaborate, they do not match the right materials with the right kid. So the kid who says, I've never ever read a book before, can finally say, hey, librarian, I read it. You got another? That's the magic of having that trained person for your students. Please read that material that the Advocacy Committee sent you. And if you have any questions, contact Isle. We were never contacted.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Ross Power.
Well, I'm back. Let me end by clarifying that scientifically and from an engineering perspective, using flooding to justify the TIF is bogus. We have not seen any documents from Sugar Grove or its consultants that make scientific sense. So I tried to get extra information from the village clerk of Sugar Grove through a FOIA request, and have received no more documents that are, are available publicly. Next, I appealed to the State Attorney General that this information justifying the land as being blighted under Illinois law is lacking. The Attorney General has agreed with me and asked Sugar Grove for substantive documents and should be made available to the Attorney General by tomorrow, Tuesday, and then to me a little later. So based on your discussions that you were having with your lawyer, I think this is directly relevant to your discussions. So here I am going to provide you with a copy of the letter I received from the Attorney General so that you can see what they are considering yourselves. Sorry I didn't get to finish this earlier. If you have any questions after reading that,
Thank you for your comments. Okay, the last one signed up tonight is Sheila Albano. Oh, do you want to forego your time? Okay, we're doing one. We're doing the single page. We're doing one page each. So you would have been the last one for the 30 minutes anyway. So if you, I mean, you could concede that time, but we're going to hit the 30 minutes at that point. Defer it? It's up to you. We have to, you know how it is. We have to stick with the rules. Once I bend one time, they. It's your option. It's your time. So I'll concede to you on. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jaden Chadda. I live in Blackberry Township. Right now, it makes no sense for Kaneland to enter into the IGA with Sugar Grove. What the village is promising to do is the stuff they are already required to do by state law. The net increase aspect is highly speculative. This morally corrupt village is trying to coerce both the Sugar Grove Fire Protection District and Kaneland to enter into an IGA to give up the right to challenge the TIF in an effort to get the tax revenue that rightfully belongs to the taxing bodies like you, including the district students, meanwhile giving $109 million to a company owned by billionaires. Why would the village be pushing this IGA with you in the fire district so hard If they think that it was done correctly, why are they so worried about it being challenged? It sounds to me like your attorney is defending Sugar Grove. He said that you have, although he did say that you have a great chance of succeeding in a challenge at the end, so challenge the TIF. Like Pat Gallagher said earlier, give the voters a reason to vote for the referendum. Sugar Grove's TIF attorney Kathy Orr and consultant S.B. Friedman have done these shenanigans with TIFs all over Chicagoland. For example, in Geneva, they tried to claim that runoff flooded off of the property and flooded the Mississippi River watershed, and that was why it qualified for a TIF. This would be an easy fight to win. And Ms. Simmons, the development would eventually happen there. Jennifer Conan has said it herself. It's a major intersection. That's why they tried to say that as a reason for us people that didn't want development to shut up, basically. But to your point, maybe some other taxing bodies would join in on the fight, but you need to pull the trigger first, as you're the largest taxing body. You should also know that they plan to have senior living, which doesn't produce students. Your lawyer said he doesn't know why it's not developing. I know why. It's because Crown is sitting on the property. They want their max ROI after making a bad investment. Of course they want the TIF. Also know that the candidates that Pat Gallagher mentioned earlier, Sue Stillwell for village president, Nora London and Mike Roskopf for village trustee, are against this fiasco. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay, the Board of Education is scheduled to go into closed session for discussion of Illinois Open Meetings Act, Section 2C21 and Section 2C11, where there will be no action taken following the session. Therefore, after the vote to go into closed session, the recording of tonight's meeting will be concluded. For those of you that recall COVID years, we're going to go into the old room we used to go into and do closed session in there. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss Illinois Open Meetings Acts 2C21 and 2C11 at 9:53 p.m.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.